All right. Welcome if you're joining us. Group 7 here for session number 2. It's going to be awesome. So, coming off of kind of the first session, introductions were made with the party members, just their descriptions and kind of what they looked like and whatnot aboard the Striker as they set sail. A meeting was held with Captain Kilo Yan, which a wrench was thrown into the plans, thrown into the meeting as something had happened, particularly to the Wrecker, which was kind of in front of it heading south in the Forgotten Sea. And there was just this cataclysmic almost sequence of events that was happening. It seemed that the Wrecker was attacked by a kraken, and then this great, an elder kind of red worm emerged from the actual black cloud that kind of sprouted from the sky. This pink and purple lightning as it was kind of striking down without noise. There was no kind of thunderclap or any sort of kind of audio that was emerging from it. And it almost emerged from the actual cloud itself and came down on a vertical scope, headed towards the ship. While you were aboard the Striker, maneuvers were taken to try to kind of salvage and do the best that they could. In the heat of the moment, these creatures attempted to board the actual ship. They were had 4 arms and 2 legs with large tail, kind of a shark-like features and appendages and other sorts of fins and things. But relatively were humanoid based, right? They kind of walked. They also had spears, and they seemed to also communicate in some clicks and other language that happened a few times in combat. You all made quick work of them. In fact, it was probably the quickest yet that I've ever had a kind of a fight sequence go through them. So that was awesome to see. They were just laying these vast amounts of damage. The smites were going off. It was pretty awesome. After that had occurred, and their plot of potentially getting the anchor, or maybe subduing the vessel, is what it seemed like, kind of going after the helm, which is the quartermaster, currently alive, and going to the anchor, they failed. And so after that happened, there was this larger kind of version of this creature kind of came out with this bone armor, fragments of different humanoid bones and skulls and other things that have been kind of lashed together with other sorts of like seaweed and other, kind of protozoa type, kind of like kelp and things that have kind of been brought together. And they also had a more of a kind of a perfect harpoon in a way, right, with kind of prongs and things. And it said something that it was looking for those that were chosen. Bring me those that are chosen, and seemed to kind of create this demand, if you will. And when it approached, it also wasn't directly hostile. It seemed to kind of want to converse and figure this out. Not that it wouldn't turn hostile. In fact, it did after it was approached, and we went into a second round of combat. Um, but this creature, after being slain and upon dying, kind of went with it and didn't necessarily fight the death. And it wasn't like a struggle. It just kind of fell down after being dealt the lethal blow and smiled a little bit. And from that, Captain Kilo Yan, noticing that this elder red worm, gray elder, was breathing this bluish and white flame, and the Wrecker was lost. I mean, there was no salvaging the ship. Understood that at that moment, the Striker would not be able to escape. That the ship was too large. It could be seen. It was too unmaneuverable within the ice floes and icebergs to be able to take any sort of real cover. And that abandoning ship into the tenders would be the best chance of actually survival, and kind of getting away from the ship and using it as bait. You had a party member, Zeph, who actually approached and conversed with the captain and persuaded and came up with an idea of lashing the wheel, and as well as keeping kind of the rigging in line with that, and getting the ship to head south and save the crew, save the captain, which persuasion was successful, and from that was awarded an inspiration. So, as you all got onto the tender and you've been sailing at this point in the Forgotten Sea, you're headed, according to the map that Captain Kilo Yan has, aimed towards the Frosthorn Bay, noticing that there has to be a way, particularly to get to a village that is marked on the map known as High Rock, and that's kind of where you all are headed. In this period of time, given where you're looking at, it's most likely going to be in the morning, right? So you've kind of gotten onto the tender at this point. You're sailing through the icebergs and flows. The temperature is cold. There's kind of a light kind of breeze of snow and mixture of some rain. Sometimes using rain as you're kind of going. Um, and you have yet to be pursued, right? It's been a few hours since the events have taken place, or a couple hours, I should say. You all have just been kind of conversing, and it has been told by Captain Gillian that most likely in the morning, before the afternoon kind of hits that noon hour, that you'll reach potentially the other side of the Frostward Bay, right, the eastern side, which is where these large and expansive cliff sides of ice and rock, upwards of 200 feet, create almost an impenetrable barrier for any sort of port. So that's the real concern there. But there has to be a way. There just has to. And the Captain Kilian is hopeful. That's where we're going to go ahead and start. I'm going to go ahead and unpause it at this stage. If you all want to, you can always continue to converse with one another, but we can kind of fast track the time as well and try to navigate through.
So above
Would
game,
we have taken a long rest?
yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Are we about to do that? Have we already done that? How are we doing that?
So you all, I don't believe, have taken a long rest. Looking back on my notes here, you definitely have healed each other. I think that we kind of ended with basically each of you realize that you can pump each other full of heals and get back to full.
Yeah, I believe we were getting ready to like sleep on the boat.
Yeah, and so that's kind of where I'm going to be doing is I'm just going to advance the time at this point, bringing us into the next kind of sequence. We don't, unless you all would like to intervene and talk. Part of what I do, referred to as like fast travel, I don't try to dwell on, if we're ever going to a place and maybe there's several days of travel. I actually will fast travel that. There's not really any reason to kind of hone out continuously, right? Campsite, whatever. Unless you all want to have conversations with one another and really kind of talk about something. I usually just say maybe small talk is happening already. And I kind of traverse through the days and just kind of a summary of descriptions, and then we get to that actual event. So, or the next sequence, right? So that's what I'm going to do here. And if you interrupt me any point in time, right, if you want to talk amongst yourselves, but then I'm just going to start advancing the time.
Just one question for you as well. We can see the shore from where we're at. Like
you can see
the icy bank.
Right now, you see there's ice flows and there's bergs all around you. You're still outside of the bay, but the bay is actually quite large, right? It's a very elongated bay. You can see the cliff sides of the Frosthorn, right? Stretching from north, going along that, going south. These cliff sides, and relevant of actually what I kind of have in a picture back behind my camera, right? You have these kind of almost like Arctic kind of cliff iceberg-esque kind of stuff that kind of juts around. And the actual footage ranges upwards of 200 feet. That's the average, right? So it's a massive cliff. I mean, it's insane that you're looking at. So you can see that obviously in the distance, right? That's huge. It's a massive kind of thing, but it's still miles out. You're still a good ways. The tender obviously has a sail and there's good wind, and it's also a current that carries into the bay, just like a natural kind of stream that kind of takes you in, which is just the way bays function sometimes in the tidal forces. But you're having an idea that, right, that by the next day, which Captain Kilian was saying, that makes sense, that you're going to be kind of traversing into the bay through the night, and then you'll get to the other side come morning time, a little bit, late morning, I should say. But there's not really like an icy bank, right? It's just kind of these cliff sides that extend upwards, and the water itself kind of pushes up against them, and then the ice flows are kind of building out from that, right? The bergs. Okay. So as I begin to okay, so as I progress the time here, you all can get down into a nice long rest if you'd like. So go ahead, you can find that in your utility as you kind of come through. As the night kind of comes through, you notice there's little dots of lights on your backside, noting the amount of tenders that are currently there. Maybe some people are lighting lanterns, right, for light. They're kind of creating or kind of igniting torches, and there are torches within the actual kind of seating, right? That's actual little bit of a chest that can be opened up of the benches. And there's other sorts of gear in there, as well as some rations and water, right? Clean water. And as these lights kind of come on, you can see around the tenders a little bit are almost like dorsal fins, right? Kind of swimming back and forth, suggesting sharks. It doesn't seem like any of them are in distress. Nothing's happening. The fins easily go away as the lights kind of come on. Maybe that they're just kind of drawn to the attention of the motion of the boat, right? And then after that, they just kind of disperse. Not in the sense that they're attacked or anything. You continue through resting. Captain Kilian stays awake for most of the night and rests as well, getting some hours, right? Keeping awake, making sure to keep watch. The captain, this is the crew, this is the passengers. The captain still feels responsible. As we come through, kind of rising in the morning, get to a period about 7 a.m. or so as the sun's kind of rising, overcast, over temperatures right around 21 degrees Fahrenheit. And the overcast suggests maybe a clear day today. There's not going to be much snow as you kind of stretch off into the Forgotten Sea, and you can see the clouds rolling in. You don't necessarily see too harsh of weather that will come throughout the actual day. Captain Kilian's tired, drinks some water skin, eats some rations in the morning, continues, the eyes kind of glazed over, stretched towards. Now in the mixture of the Frosthorn Bay, you can see large kind of actual rocks that kind of come out from the potential seabed of the actual bay, the actual bed of the bay, and they come outwards and then they're entrenched in ice, right? So they're almost like pillars or stalagmites that kind of come out and curl around it every which way. At this point, the captain's actually is having to maneuver the sail and actually take the rudder and attempt to maneuver the tender, even within the bay. Even with how small this kind of longboat is, it's having to maneuver through. The icebergs and floes are still apparent in the bay as well, and so it just adds that element. That having a ship of the Striker size would be impossible to enter into a bay like this, as well as even a kind of a normal size ship like a brigantine or sloop. So as you kind of get through, eventually you can see the backdrop of the bay, the eastern side of that bay. You can see that the cliffside averages in the similar fashion of 200 feet. But there's something different about this kind of side directly kind of near center. In the outstretches above, you can see there's smoke, and it kind of billows upwards of the tall bluff and almost rolls off of it in a way, suggesting that there is a settlement. There is something there in the harsh reality of what you've been through. That seems to be hopeful. That could be High Rock, which is marked on the map, from the Captain Kilian map. Now, at that near center of the cliffside, you can see that there is some dock that has been built, some protrusion, that kind of creates a shadow effect over the water, but it's small and it's not really significant, but it's something. And then you can see these little shadows and grooves within the actual ice itself and the rock, suggesting that there is a winding staircase that has been built in the actual cliff that goes all the way up 200 feet. As the tenders continue, we're actually going to be getting off of this map, just going to put us onto the continent map. They'll be kind of configuring the stream view. As the bay now kind of pushes and extends further south, creating more distortions of its west and easterly kind of slope, you kind of have to turn the tender heading to the near center of that kind of segment of where these steers kind of protrude upwards. The tender kind of slams into the dock. Captain's trying to be graceful with it, but at this point it's quite tired and doesn't really care. And as you kind of come into the dock with a slight little crash and a bump, some of the wood creaks and splinters just a little bit, but doesn't break. And you can see that the dock is in dire need of repairs. It's just a few wooden planks that have been spanned at a distance of 15 feet in width, with wooden beams that have been impaled into the bed of the actual kind of bay floor. And upon that, the water being somewhat crystal clear, you can see kelp and other sorts of vegetation underneath the water, the depth of only 12 feet. So it suggests that the water actually kind of protrudes upwards, maybe on another cliff, right, under the water. And so there might be a shelf to this bay. So the depth itself isn't that much as well, even here. And potentially tide might bring the water level up at some point. As you come to, the tenders all around you kind of come as well, and they kind of form a kind of a congregation of sorts around. The dock itself is only big enough for maybe 2 of these long ships to actually be docked at it side by kind of a long ways along it. And you're kind of taking turns, right, kind of getting off of it onto the dock and pushing. As soon as you hit onto the dock, you all being kind of the lead upon this, there's a voice that comes from above on the cliffside. Hello? As it yells down and echoes.
Hi.
Where did you come from?
The water.
What? Yeah, I can see all ships there. Where did you come from?
The mouth of the Kraken.
What?
Our ships were attacked. We were forced to flee in the middle of the night in a bit of a hurry. We are seeking refuge, if possible.
Oh, okay. I'll be right back.
Very graceful.
After 8 to 10 minutes passes by, you see there's now little dots upon the staircase kind of coming down. Seems about 6 or 7 individuals as they're kind of grabbing alongside of something along the cliff, maybe a rope that's been embedded for like almost like a handrail, right, with different pittons and things, and they're taking their time. It takes roughly 20 minutes to actually descend the staircase, taking the intervals of slowness, I should say, but still with some haste. Eventually they come down, a mixture of different humans, halflings, gnomes, some dwarfs, a whole diverse range of races in this small little group. The one you've been talking to is a halfling, approaches with brown hair, kind of muddied and kind of shifted around with these brown eyes and kind of a fair complexion with clean-shaven face, but still dirty across the neck, and is wearing just like a black bear pelt cloak that just goes over the shoulders with like common cloth items of trousers and shirts as well as some boots, all of which seem to be in dire need of replacement. And stretches and looks, we can help you. Get the people off the ship. Welcome to High Rock. My name's Simon.
It's good to meet you, Simon. This is our ragtag group of passengers that made it off. Thank you for welcoming us in.
We'll get them off the ships if you all want to get headed up. I think you're all capable of it. The staircase here. We'll help. I'm just a miner. These fellow miners were off work right now. We saw the boats coming in. Thought we could help.
Thank you.
It is much appreciated. You may want to post a lookout. There was both a kraken and a dragon behind us, although I do not believe they were headed this way.
All right. Well, once we're done, I'll get over to the Duke's Manor and see if I could mention that. That'd be good.
What's the Duke's name?
Duke Umbrian Arillo. You all might want to get some food and drink. There's a tavern. Barlow runs it. He's pretty fun. It's Frosty Ale Tavern. Just have to go through the village. Get some warm ale and food. And I'm sure many people in Rock will definitely put these people in their houses. There's not many rooms in Frosty Ale, but we'll make sure that you all are taken care of.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We'll be on our way.
All right. I'll type it.
How many survivors did we bring?
You brought the entire, all of them. You literally have the entire boat of the Striker currently.
A lot of mouths to feed.
Yeah, I know it was like several boats worth.
Yeah, so you have around, I would say, counting the crew, counting the passengers, counting the quartermaster, and then not including yourselves, you'd be looking at about 60 individuals. So a lot. After you navigate up the staircase yourself, Captain Kilion is in tow. Captain Kilion eventually gets to the top of the bluff, kind of sees now Strout stretching and looking in the direction of High Rock, which is roughly about a 15-minute walk from where you're currently at. It's not necessarily right on the actual bluffscape. You get to understand exactly where you are and get a really good vantage point being on the kind of this cliff side and just kind of stretching and looking eastern, north, and south. And you can understand that High Rock is built in a small seclusion of where the northern and southern Frosthorn Mountains actually connect with each other. And it seems that this is a little bit of a secluded area of a bluff that extends across into the Forgotten Sea. many miles is the bluff, but it's not necessarily tundra. It's more of an Arctic kind of shelf in a way that kind of extends outwards. You're seeing this village, this settlement in the Frostburn region. It seems to be kind of nestled in a crude design just from the distance, even though you're 50 minutes away. But you can immediately recognize that these random groupings of stone hovels with wooden, straw, and clay tile thatched roofs. The hovels have small opening blocked by ruggedly shaped wooden doors. The smoke from the many fires that have to be upkept to keep warmth within these shelters, as well as some of the larger structures, just billow and create this almost this dome effect, right, of where the hot meets the cold, and it just kind of traps it in a kind of this I would say cloud, right, just kind of this effervescent cloud that sits over. There are several sturdier looking stone buildings, and they seem to be single stories, and they're kind of nearby the village's kind of center or square, right? They're noted just purely for their size. They seem to be of similar construction without windows and this kind of bricked or cobbled rock that has been put together. The only structure that really stands out to you is this large and intimidating manor on the northwest side of the village. As now you begin to kind of walk at this point, this is where we're going to go ahead and activate a new map. So now you're going to be walking in, and also configure this so that this map will always be accessible to you all no matter where we particularly go. Captain Kilion still on the bluff, looks towards as you all begin to kind of walk off. I'm gonna stay here, make sure everyone gets up. Why don't you all get some food and figure out where we're at.
Thank you again for your help. Let us know if you need any assistance settling.
All right, I think we'll be able to take it from here. I'll intervene. That Frosty Old Tavern sounds nice, so I'll meet you there.
Yep. Thank you for all your help.
Thank you. He gives the hand, and now you see people are coming up, so he's helping people get actually on up top, right? So this intimidating manor on the north side of the village, it seems to have windows. It seems to also be made out of bricked, kind of perfect stone with a clay tile thatched roof. There's many chimneys as well that are spurting smoke from the many different facets. The only structure with windows, which is astonishing how cold this place is, and the fact that you have windows and be able to upkeep the heat within this, right? We don't have modern windows, okay? There's no gases between double pans, right? That's not how this works. So, it's just kind of odd, and it's also built off of a small kind of winding cobbled path that seems to be shoveled off of snow and different things. So that's a little bit strange. As you now get inside of the actual village and begin to walk through, you're noticing that there's a mixture of different people that are coming outside of the hovels, gathering water up and picking and walking back. You've kind of come into a time, I'm going to advance the actual time here, probably put about 8:30. You've come into a kind of a period that there isn't too many people in here, but there could be potentially. The village itself, now just looking at the hovels and walking on the main path, it's kind of dug out from entrenchments. Now it's like dirt and rock mixed with like mud, and different things have been kind of stamped down. You're understanding that this village maybe has less than 100 people that actually occupy it. It could even be right around 90. And you're not noticing many of those individuals as they're getting out of the hovels. It seems maybe just kind of spouses, right, or partners in this. They're kind of coming in, looking and getting water and coming back into the hovels. So maybe cooking food, so you can kind of smell that maybe for lunch or for dinner. There's also kids kind of running about, many of which are bundled up. And these entrenched pathways that wind through the actual hovels themselves. In the distance, you can see to the northeast, along the mountainside itself, upon a kind of protrusion that kind of craggles down and then continues upwards, is more smoke, more structures, 30 minutes outside of the actual village. And there are wagons and people that are going to and from the actual village here and to there. And most of the livestock are mountain goats that actually pull these wagons. You're not seeing any horses, suggesting that there potentially is something happening up there. And from what you can understand, it could be the reason of why this actual village exists, right? It doesn't seem like there's any sort of artisan or trade or timber, right? There's no lumber or anything, so you're kind of pulling the pieces together. Eventually, you get by this village square, and upon getting to the village square, you kind of can hear the sounds of hammering and shifting and other sorts of kind of weights from actual work over this large 2 canopies that have been pitched. There's an anvil, there's a forge. It's really open. There's not really like kind of a thing there. And then there's wagons and traders that kind of center around. Only about half a dozen to 10 is there actual kind of traders in this spot. A few permanent ones that have canopies pitched over themselves without wagons or carts. Some of them are actual hunters, like rangers, right? And they have kind of beast parts and sort of skins and hides, and they've been tanning things, so they're working on kind of a tanning thing as they're working on a leathers and stuff to sell potentially. The blacksmith does not have weapons. You're noticing they're working on mining picks and shovels and pickaxes and other sorts of kind of equipment that would be used for mining just in general, reinforcements to the wagon wheels and such, repairing or crafting that. There's a trio of the blacksmiths as they're working. Passing by, you kind of go by a general store structure. You see the door kind of swinging in and out. People are coming outside with like rope or backpacks and other sorts of gear as they head outwards, going that northeastern road directly headed for this other area. You pass by a shop, another shop of some kind. There's no windows upon it, but there's kind of a sign that dangles across the door. This basically states Kolva's lapidary. Lapidary is someone that studies stones, particularly like precious stones, right, and other sorts of deposits. There's no real logo or anything. It's just the name written common. And then you come to the Frostdale Tavern. And the Frostdale Tavern itself, looking at the structure, seems to be built out of nicely built and perfect stone. It seems also to have kind of a stone tiling roof, which is not straw, which is very different than the actual, than what you've actually been used to. I'm going to activate this map, pulling you onto it. Pause it as well so we can change the music.
I would imagine as I'm walking, would just lean over to the group and be like, "These people are nice, but man, this weather is dreadful."
Yes. I'm definitely used to warmer weather. Definitely not snow.
The lack of
I
dragons.
didn't imagine ending up here. That's for sure.
I exaggeratedly shrug and say it's quite nice. Did the man who greeted us, he said he was a miner, right?
Correct. They definitely looked the part, these individuals. They didn't have any commonality. They seemed to, except for the fact that they were dirtied, like dirty and kind of poor kind of clothing that's been strapped underneath and different things. So that, along with the blacksmith, as well as the fact that there is another part of this village that sits higher up towards the mountains, kind of alongside of it, half an hour or so of travel to the northeast, suggests that there's a mine here. This might be why this actual village exists.
Varys, I believe your outfit may be worse for the wear before we're done here.
Hold on, I need to turn you up because I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. What did you say?
I just said I believe your outfit may be worse for the wear by the time we are finished here.
Impossible. Prestidigitation can solve any problem.
That's actually really true. Clean.
You're just like walking constantly, like just recasting it every 3
Yeah.
steps as you step through the mud.
As much as I can, just boom, boom, boom.
Nice. So the single-story stone tiled building, right, seems to have this multiple chimneys, spitting fresh smoke. The smell of meat and faint laughter kind of alludes you a little bit to the single's door that you can see stretching now currently on the map. The door itself seems to be covered with dwarven runes that have been carved into the actual solid stone door itself. And there's kind of a rusted handle, kind of wrought iron that kind of protrudes from the actual to kind of swing it open. Again, no windows here. You're not seeing any sort of things like that. Nothing that would kind of give any kind of inclination of what's inside. You can see just from being here, there seems to be kind of a covered area with a similar stone tiling that juts down a little bit at an angle. There's a mixture of different firewood that's been stacked up in there, and there's another door that kind of sits on an ascension of the foundation. All of these buildings that you've come across have a stone foundation of some kind to really alleviate, get it off of the snow potentially that billows and comes around it, right? This particular foundation is about 3 to 4 feet, so that stone staircase leads up. Feel free to move your tokens.
Shall we go inside and find something warm?
Just get inside. I'm too cold out here.
Oh, there.
Towards the wine.
I can't delete it.
I got it. Yeah. Can't delete tokens, unfortunately. I used to actually have a module that allowed you to do that, and I figured out that module was like randomly deleting tokens when players would change their health. So it was like
That's not good.
It's a little bit of a downside there. Yeah, it's not good at all, especially like combat, right? Your ship gets wiped and stuff.
That is quite the bug.
Yes, quite the bug indeed. So I had to remove it.
It's just free greater invisibility.
There you go.
Oh man.
All right, so as you come in, tavern seems to be decently sized. Has stone-tiled floors with long rectangular wooden tables and benches for communal kind of sitting and eating. There's a hearth, and it's about 15 feet from the front door. It's kind of this mosaic stone pattern that goes across in a circular fashion. It seems to be cooking a mountain goat across of a spit. A stone slab serves as a bar and sits in the back left corner of the room. Behind a single stone door leads into a quaint kitchen. Adjacent to the kitchen, right, was that covered area that you were able to see. Single stone door on the eastern wall kind of leads out to a covered area for storing wagons or other items, potentially for deliveries. In the southwestern corner, a stone staircase descends into the tavern's basement, suggesting that this tavern does indeed have rooms, but they are under the ground and not above.
Well, considering the weather conditions, that makes sense.
Many of these individuals in here are either travelers, so potentially maybe some of the traders actually within the actual village's square. They're coming in here for breakfast. Seems to be fit with some sort of kind of porridge and other kind of meats that have been dangled, and as well as bread upon their tables. Many of these actual pitchers and cups that are there are rusted metal, but they still serve. Candles are kind of embedded into the table at this point, as they're kind of just sitting without any sort of bowls or pottery to kind of hold them. They're kind of just going down right into the wood. The other individuals in here are similar to Simon and the other kind of 6 that you saw. That they were kind of wearing the pelts over and now dangled upon the actual tables. They still have the clothes on themselves. They're kind of eating really quick and ferociously, suggesting that they have somewhere to be eventually in some time. Kind of creates a little bit of a timescape there. In addition to the room, there's also sconces. Torches fit into the sconces. These torches are lit, providing more light. Fireplace and the kind of to the north of you is roaring with flame. So there's definitely a lot of sources of heat within here, and it's well insulated as well as the walls themselves. This brick stone is thick and very perfect. And this kind of goes into the dwarvish runes on the door. In addition to that, there's an individual that comes trotting over to you, very excited and plump, and just kind of moving in a half cheery way with a smile upon the face. This individual is a stocky mountain dwarf. Fair complexion, dark green eyes, long red braided hair going down to the shoulders, this large bushy red beard, fit for surviving the harsh winter, and sits upon the face. He wears a brown cloth and wool tunic with a black wool vest, brown leather and fur trousers. They tuck into matching boots. There's brown leather suspenders that as they round up and they kind of hold on to the pants, and there's several leather purses attached to the waist. There's now currently a stained white cloth apron, stained with kind of dried blood across the actual apron itself, as well as the fact that the mountain goat is freshly been put on the spit. Right, it's kind of trotting over and looking at you all and smiles with a oh, hello, my name is Barlow Grick, tavern keeper of Frosty Hill Tavern. Do you all need food and drink? We're seen fresh faces in here a long while.
Yes, I would love some food and drink. Thank you very much.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll get you. We have a good oatmeal stewing away. Got some nice smoked meats. Get you some bread as well. Would you like ale? Oh,
Always.
Yes, I would like some ale.
All right.
And,
Would you...
I'm sorry. What was your name again? Sorry.
Oh, Barlow Grick. Paste that in chat.
Yeah, something hot to drink if you can muster. If not hot, then strong.
Hot to drink? Well, I can get some tea. They got some nice mountainous roots I can get in there. Get some pep in your step. Old dwarven recipes. I can do that for you. No worries. I also got something that'll put some hair on your chest. Or perhaps elsewhere, if you're bald in the head. I call it my Barlow Special. It's a fine dwarvish stout, and it's kind of a delicacy around here.
That sounds excellent.
I'm on the fence about
I'll
that.
take one of those too.
All right.
What's it taste like? Because I've always found dwarven ale to be kind of bitter for me.
Well, it is bitter. There's definitely some bitter notes to it, but it also has a nice nutty sweetness that kind of overtakes.
Oh well, I'm all about nutty, so I'll definitely take that.
All right, that sounds good. Anything else for your lot? I got 2 Barlow specials. Someone said they wanted as well. Nope, just 2.
Make that 3.
Ah, yes, yeah.
No, just make it a
I'll
round.
also call.
You're just making a full round. for the
Make it a
table.
full round for the table. All right, no worries there. I'll get your food and your drink
I'll
properly.
also definitely take some of that goat once it's cooked up.
Ooh, well, that's just for lunch and for dinner. Hopefully by lunch. I got a little bit late going on it, so we'll see if it's done by the time. Maybe some outer areas will be cooked through. But yes, I will. If you're here for lunch, it sounds like you'll be here for a while then. If you're looking to get dinner or lunch, yes.
Possibly.
You're looking for rooms.
We don't.
Yes, we
Probably,
need
yes.
accommodations.
Yeah, we'll
Oh,
talk it
wow.
over, but probably so.
Oh,
Yeah,
talk
we,
it over.
we don't know. We don't know how long because we literally just got here by not choice, but probably yes.
Okay. Well, by not choice. What do you mean by that?
Oh, bit of a long story, but we were sailing nearby, not even to here, and we had to abandon ship.
Oh my goodness! At this point, the tavern door opens, and some of the passengers and crew kind of now funneling into the actual tavern itself.
So lots of new customers.
Whoa. Oh. Well, I'm sorry that happened. It's been very tragic. But, always nice to have new customers, I suppose.
About 60 or so.
Yeah, 60? The tavern looks around. I'm gonna have to clean another goat. I'll be right back. Excuse me.
Thank you for the kind face, especially after what we went through. That was rough.
Yes. He's waving. He's now running into the kitchen.
I like that guy.
Oh boy.
Crazy day. God. Well, yeah. Yesterday.
Oh, yesterday was, yeah.
I'm ready for that drink.
I didn't think
It's
I'd
only
be here.
8:30 a.m. Ready for that drink.
Yeah, I'm not really a drinker, but after that, I feel like I deserve a round.
I believe everyone's a drinker after a Kraken Dragon attack.
Very, very true.
Fair.
Very true.
Yeah.
So what's our plan? Do we stay? Are y'all gonna stay? Because I have places to go.
I
And
can't
that's-
imagine there's much for us here. This seems like a very simple mining town, and they're already overburdened probably by all the people we just dumped in their lap.
True.
You know, something I didn't think about, but would we just travel together?
I mean, I don't think any of us are particularly familiar with this area. Definitely, I don't know for how long, but definitely for the time being, that would definitely seem like to be a good idea. We should also, in my opinion, I think we should probably, either head toward where we were originally going for by ship, or at the very least get message there, so they don't think we just died in the middle of the voyage.
Yeah, I don't even know who would have been waiting on us. That would be
Yeah,
something
I
we'd have to
suppose it-
ask the captain.
It depends on, somebody was waiting for him, nobody was waiting for me. I can't speak for the rest of you.
No one was waiting for me. That's kind of the whole point of this this mission I'm on. It's just to go. But what was the ship delivering? Do y'all remember?
And I don't think I ever asked.
Mostly cargo. I don't know of what specification.
Yeah. So I
Presumably, if they laid a blockade to prevent it from landing, they were not in sore need of whatever cargo it was carrying.
or they were afraid of something else.
Do we have? Did the captain? I don't believe he had any idea why they had laid a blockade. Was there? Are there?
I think it was the war, right?
Yeah.
Do we know who?
Man,
they
this
are
is-
war with?
Great time to be going on a journey. I'll tell you what.
Maybe we can find someone here who knows what's going on.
It would be good to get a lay of the land of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a
you
good
would
idea.
think someone, maybe not in this village necessarily, but definitely someone in this area has to have also seen that Kraken and dragon at some point. You would think.
Possibly. I would gather that doesn't happen very often. I hope.
Yeah.
At least not on this plane.
Yeah.
I gotta ask you guys, and then I kind of lean in, for a whisper, and it was like, what do you think the Chosen Ones was referring to? They couldn't have. Like, why would they attack our ships, but then want a group of people?
They were clearly after something specific. They must not have found it on the first ship, thus they ate it.
Right.
I mean, it could be any number of things. Like if we're going by like the whole original tales of regarding chosen ones, like maybe they're just more like they have some evil plan, and the chosen ones are the ones that are supposed to stop them, so they were searching for them instead to get rid of them, or I don't know.
Trying to end
They-
the tale before it starts.
Yeah, or maybe I'm reading too much into fairy tales I heard as a kid, but
Yeah. I mean, plenty of books say that, so I don't think you're. If that's true, I don't think you're too far off.
A predetermined fate is a powerful thing, regardless of what the fate is, and regardless of what the desire for that power is.
yeah.
You
I'm not
see,
much for fates, predetermined fates.
Maldor kind of clutches the amulet around his neck a bit as he talks about fate.
Yeah, I definitely felt like my whole life has been predetermined, really. When you're royalty, you kind of get told either you're going to lead or you're not the first son, and you're not going to lead. But in my case, I wasn't supposed to. And then my brother went on his journey and he never came back.
You have no
No.
idea what happened to him. He just simply
No.
returned.
He just never returned. Part of the journey, honestly, was a little bit of hope that maybe somewhere on the way I find him. But
Do you know where he was traveling to?
I knew he started in the same direction I was. But that was 5 years earlier.
To this
So he-
continent?
Yeah. But, at this point,
When did this
Huh.
war start? Do we know? Might be good to find out.
I feel like the magistrate here would probably be the most likely to have answers to the political.
The Duke?
Yes, the Duke. The person with the very large dwelling.
yeah, I'd be interested in
Umbrium
seeing what he's all
Aurello.
about.
At any rate, the creature that attacked us on the boat
Mm.
was willing to lay down his life to find what he was looking for. And if that is any one of us, I'm eager to find out.
He seemed almost excited to die.
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely with you, the car, because like it wouldn't be as bad if like he was the only one, but if there's others that might also be looking for these supposed chosen ones, it'd probably behoove us to look into the matter ourselves be a little more informed.
Also,
But-
since we got away, do we have a target on our backs now?
Possibly, because
Somebody-
if that creature was sent by this master of his, whichever that was, then they'll probably send others.
It does beg the question: how, if it is us, it was after. How did it find us in the first place?
Yeah,
We were a bit in the middle of nowhere on a ship.
And that I could even guess.
I mean, other than y'all, like, no one knew who I was. I didn't really talk to that many people. So,
I scoff in disgust, remembering the chaotic cloud of energy, and just say dark magic.
That is a good point. That is the first evidence I have seen since arriving here of the beings that I spent most of my life fighting. I, above all else, would very much like to find the source of that. If there is an avenue upon this plane which I can continue my charge of fighting this endless battle, I would pick it up again.
Sounds like we're agreed then. Some dwarvish ale and then information.
I can agree to that.
Do try to look friendly, my dragon friend.
I'm always friendly. Grunt.
Indeed.
I give him a wink.
At this point, Barlow comes out, seems to have platters of food, begins to slap them down. These platters are metallic, and they're kind of these large kind of plates that have been kind of laid down. And so as soon as he's coming out, you see that the apron is actually off now, and that there's actually kind of a in the actual kind of one of the purses kind of open. There's like silverware, right, metallic silverware and things. Begins to put down the platters. There's kind of a bowl sitting upon them, some oatmeal that's been kind of stewed for a long period, and there's smoked meats, just a kind of variety of slabs. And then there's bread that's been kind of torn with the hands and just kind of laid there. And then gives out the silverware, begins to put it around. After that happens, runs back to the kitchen, grabs a few of the actual, like a pitcher, 2 pitchers there, sets them down, begins to actually pour out this Barlow special. And as this is happening, there's a kind of a level of like immediate, that there's some sort of like film on it, like this white kind of cream film that is like pouring off of it, and it's like black as far as the coloration of the liquid that's underneath it, and begins to kind of pour it out. And the smells of like spices as well as strong fermentation just kind of erupt just when it's on the table. Begins to kind of shift it over to each of you as begins to pour it out. Now having food and drink provided, kind of looks towards you all, keeping the pitchers on the table potentially for more of these pints to be filled, and has the hands and it's just rubbing them together and looking very happy.
All right, well, bottoms up, right?
Yep. And also, I'll turn to the Barlow. And hypothetically, if we did need rooms, would we talk to you about it?
Yes, I'm the only person who works here. I own it.
No,
Run
fair
it.
enough.
Not really a reason to have any hired help, to be quite frank. Maybe today, though. Looks around as their crew and other people kind of pushing into the tables and funneling through. And
Low overhead, but
I can manage it. I think I'll be able to be okay. Don't worry. Just holler if you need me. See a Barlow, and I'll come running. How's the special? Is it good? As you taste it, and some of you, if you've drank it already, there's a heavy mixture of root spices, similar to like licorice, in the way that it's kind of been embedded into it. And there's a frothy creaminess to it that kind of embodies it. Then the filming of nuttiness overtakes afterwards. It seems relevant upwards of like more like a barley wine. You're looking at like 19% ABV with this particular drink, which is pretty astounding for an ale without distillation. So
Excellent.
It is very interesting. I like it.
I sniffed at it and immediately recoiled and decided not to have a drink.
Okay. Well, it could be not for everyone's liking, but it's a old family Grick Clan Alderfist recipe.
You are to be commended. You are a master of your craft.
Oh, thank you. Well, family Grick, known for the brews. Back in
So
the
how much? I
What?
presume we would probably need a room for at least one night. How much
Yeah.
each would that run us?
well, my accommodations are well, they're lackluster. I don't know what you all are used to. We don't necessarily have anybody generally stays in them. I can lay down some fresh hay, blanket and pillow on the harsh stone floor. Usually serves us dwarfs just fine. It's not for everyone, I suppose. Candle in there for some light. I suppose for you lot for rooms here. That counts individuals. Counts 5, right? So we'll include we'll include Tegan, right? In that count. Well, I suppose maybe yeah, we could meet at 2 silver pieces a day for all those rooms.
I'll cover that.
That's quite.
Quite generous.
Oh well, I mean the accommodations are pretty lackluster. Are you going to be needing them just for a night?
To start,
Yeah, just for a night to start, and then if we need another night, we'll let you know.
All right. Well, that sounds wonderful. And then it's 5 silver pieces for the food and drink. We don't need to come to that payment yet. Well, if you're going to be staying for lunch or dinner, I'm sure we can have a tab or something for you.
that would be excellent.
Awesome. Well, I'll get you some keys for the rooms, so you have those. I'll be right back. Begins to run back to the kitchen. Comes back. Here's keys. These, well, they're pretty much all the same, to be quite frank. I didn't really have them locked to anything else. They're simple, like iron pins almost, just you would put in and maybe turn the toggle inside of the lock. It's not really anything you would turn necessarily, just like push maybe. So you push into the pins, kind of puts them across the table and counts out 5 and takes the rest and puts them within another leather purse in the pocket. Just looks you all. Just holler if you need me. I'll be running around helping. Hey, welcome, Frosty Hill Tavern. Immediately walks to the next table. Holler.
So, the plan is move our stuff into our rooms and go to the Duke's abode? Do I have that right?
I think that would be a good plan. Although we may need to arrange an audience. I don't know if that is the type of establishment you can simply walk into.
I don't know,
That
because
would be a good question to ask Barlow.
yeah, I know some smaller town Duke types are a little more laid back, and you can practically just walk in most of the time. But then others are a little more serious, and they're yeah.
I'll ask Barlow real quick. Barlow?
Oh, friend's back. Yes.
If we wanted to have an audience with the Duke, would we need to arrange that, or would we just talk to him?
Well, I mean, I've never been invited to the Duke's Man. I've never actually. I know Pelu Riza, head of the Harak Mining Company. He's generally invited there, and they're, I believe, talking with Pelu. Pelu's been here a couple times, and past week or so, just talked about certain endeavors. I believe that Pelu has a weekly meeting. Definitely something that's arranged. I don't see why you couldn't ride up to the front door and knock on it. There's a door.
Yeah, well, I mean, worst case scenario, I would imagine somebody who works there would answer, not him himself, and we could just ask about arranging something.
Oh, yes. There is a head servant. Her name is Elise Talmar. She works with the Duke, and I see her quite frequently, kind of going into the traders and talking with them and doing some fetch and grab. So, who knows? But yes, I'm sure at least will answer, or one of the other servants.
Excellent.
Well,
Surely our royal friend here could get us an audience with a duke.
That is a fair plan.
I don't know how much weight the Willow name holds in this area, but I can certainly try.
Do you have a title more impressive than Duke?
I mean,
he is first of his
I'm
name,
the son
heir
of
to
a
the
lord,
throne of-
second son
Yeah.
of the Lord Willow.
Also from another continent, right?
Yeah.
So
See, if the bard was here, he would totally be Paul Bettany from A Knight's Tale right now, just like hyping the crap out of you as we walk up to this place.
Oh, that's such a good scene. I forgot my introductions. And, like, basically interrupts the whole jousting tournament. It's like, yes, we
Oh,
have to
the
watch
whole
this
thing.
individual. We have to.
But yeah, I mean, I do have my family's crest on the ring that I carry with me, so it could hold some weight, although not from this continent. So maybe not as much as I'd hope, but we can see.
Surely a dragonborn, an extra planar being, and an elemental could spark the Duke's curiosity.
Very
I-
ragtag group here.
There may be
yes.
too much curiosity for my taste.
Yeah, but we can certainly try. No harm.
The Captain Kilian enters in, as well as the Quartermaster Rubark. Looks like they've been talking as they're coming in, so they've been having a conversation maybe on the road, and kind of mentions the crew, and the Quartermaster goes and sits with the crew and some of one of the tables, and Captain Kilian kind of sidesteps around Barla, and Barla's like, the captain can raise the hand and look at the pictures and smell and look towards the food. Food, please. Barla, oh, of course. Barla runs back to the kitchen.
Thank you, Barlow.
Slide my untouched flagon of dwarven whatever over
Dwarven
to
stout, yeah, takes it. Thank you. Obliged.
So, how goes things, Captain?
So far, so good. We're definitely not fucked anymore, if that's what you're wondering.
Yeah.
It's looking pretty good.
How goes trying to find accommodations for 60 crew or so?
Actually, most of the crew and passengers actually have coin. A lot of the people here are willing to take a bit to their hovels, their houses. It's kind of a...
Fair. I can't imagine new coin comes in super often around here.
No, I mean, it was some of the people are actually going outside the doors and, giving their hospitality and opening for just to lay out some bedrolls and places to sleep and even to feed them. So, hey, it's worth it.
It is
That's good to hear.
I would presume that the crew are largely capable folk and have value beyond the coin in their pockets as well.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. I mean, it's not much guard as far as I've seen.
Oh, this was brought up earlier, Captain, before you came in. Did you have a contact or something to our destination that was expecting us?
Well, of course. I mean, we were supposed to intervene with the Far Water Company. And there was Master Telvis, but runs the company. But I think that what was expected, in my opinion, was when that blockade was put up, that there would be issues arising. If we don't make it to the destination, I doubt they're going to worry. Of course, if we don't send word within the next couple of months, I think that might be a problem.
Forgive me, did you say Master Talvis?
Telvis.
Ah. Never mind. Someone else.
So what's your plan now, Captain?
Well, my plan is to get everyone situated, get them all company, and and eventually get them out of here. I suppose. I mean,
Yeah.
it's tough to see.
Because,
yeah.
go ahead.
No, you go for it.
I was just going to say that, this is a mining town, so while they probably don't have people going in and out often, it must happen occasionally for supplies and exporting whatever they mine.
Yeah, presumably there are some sort of shipments that come in and out.
Yes, there was a name, two names anyways. There's apparently a Duke here, Duke Elmirarillo. I was spoken by Simon. So there's a couple of people we came across throughout the village. And then there was another name, Pelu Riza, runs the rock mining company. My bet's on Pelu. He knows the information as far as ins and outs of getting that whatever it is they mine out of here. I think
That
that's
would make sense.
going to be the best
We
bet.
could possibly exchange an armed escort service for passage for some of the non-combatant members of the crew.
That is true. We can always offer services. I'm sure that we could get that along. Just got to figure it out. So.
Depends on how far south we can go before running into these armies.
As far as I know, I think that's happening far down between the regions of Uther and Ethrina.
I do wonder if they have some sort of land-based border security. If they were going to the lengths of blockading ports, then we may run into other sorts of checkpoints as well. Of course, we don't know exactly whom they're trying to stop or for what precisely.
I imagine it's just a general blockade to make sure no supplies or reinforcements get in from the ocean.
More
I don't think it's-
questions for the Duke.
Also, what was the name of the head of the mining group?
Pelu Riza.
Yeah, might also talk to them if for another reason, because like I would imagine they would be the ones to talk to about supplies and stuff going in and out, or at least the mining exports. Maybe.
He may be the more attainable contact in the short term, while we wait to gain access to the Duke, if that even becomes necessary.
Do any of the other patrons here look like they would be miners?
Yeah. Just kind of two towards your north side. They're finishing up their meals right now to step away from the table. There's a couple of them on the other side of the table still. So easily enough if you want to approach a miner.
Yeah, I'll just like lean over or yell over or whatever, and just ask them. Just quick question. Your head honcho person, I can never remember names. Where will we find him at any given time? Do you know?
Oh, Baylor Risa. Yeah, he actually lives and works out of the field house up by the mine.
That's over to the northeast.
Yeah, northeast, just half an hour walk from here. We're actually headed there this way. Now they clear out the table and begin to walk out the tavern.
At least we know where to go.
Yeah, we have two options. Really, we can go visit Halo, or we can go visit the Duke first.
Like,
Halo
which
could
is
make it easier to visit the Duke later on as well, but
Potentially. Yeah.
also true.
because I really don't think my
I kind of
my
get
title will carry weight, so
yeah.
not
I mean,
here.
I mean, maybe not specifically, but just being a royal in some capacity, even if it's not one he's familiar, may have some weight. But no, I actually do think going to this. I need to write it down. The name, the mining person.
It's in chat right now.
Oh, I didn't even see.
Halo.
This
Hey, Luke.
Paulo Rizu, made me talking to them first because also maybe they can provide some insight into the Duke. Because I don't know about you guys, but Dukes and other people like that. Sometimes they could either be really cool people or they could be really uptight people. But it varies so much, and you never know until you meet them.
But I do think you are correct in the fact that they may just respond to the fact that I do have a title.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never been outside of my homeland, so I've
Yeah.
never really had to throw the title around. It could be an interesting experiment if y'all want to try.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Well, that's another thing we could ask this.
Worth a fine ransom.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing we could also ask about this Palu Riza. Maybe like do they even respect other titles that they're not familiar with, or because in my experience, well, not experience. Well, I wouldn't say experience, but from what I've heard, people like Barlow or Palu Riza are generally easier to talk to first.
I would agree.
I can't imagine somebody in this town isn't going to be curious about the tale of why a few score people just show up,
Presumably, someone will be along asking questions.
especially in a bay so difficult to navigate.
Yeah.
Pat the captain on the back with a appreciative nod.
Raises the mug up. You all want to head up to the field house and talk to Pelu and figure that all out. All
Let's do
ears.
it.
More welcome to
Yeah.
join you if you'd like, but definitely going to get a room here and figure out where people are staying. So if you all want to head up on ahead, that's totally fine. As far as the Duke's concerned, I'm not entirely sure. My experience, not much comes of talking with bureaucrats, but it'll be all ears if you want to figure that out. The Duke's name, though, it seems awfully familiar. I've spent most of my life in Lathan. My wife lives there. House Arillo is actually they have an estate there. So this is the same family name, and this is the same noble. Might give way if you have a meeting with them to mention Lathan.
From Alathan, you said?
Yes, yeah, House Arillo. They have an estate there. They also have a couple different proprieties and shipping companies and some investments into them. So you might be able to get some leeway with this Duke mentioning that.
And what was it again? Sorry.
House Arillo. So it's just the kind of the last name that was used to define the house, and then mentioned that there's an estate within Alathan. They actually have kind of property and maybe an additional manor of some kind, and then has noted that there are investments into potential companies, actual like companies based in Alathan that they have investments in, essentially that they might be like partial owners or business into them. So could give some leeway and help with.
And from the rumors we've heard, Alathan's under Talthar control.
Well, Lathan, I mean, most of the upper dock the entire upper dock is actually ran by their naval base. They actually have a command there, so the entire dock is stationed for their ships. But yes, the Cedric Bay, the mouth of the bay, as far as we know, is that there's a blockade from the last port. If that's true, again, we were just going off information that we had. And we didn't even really get to look towards the food. Didn't even really get to find out, did we?
Yeah, like how far away were we again from our destination?
Oh, we
Or
were
that blockade?
we were many days, weeks out from the actual mouth of Cedric Bay.
Well,
Check out that map again.
let's go find some information.
Let's do it. And
Oh yeah.
I'll put on my hood of my cloak to go back out into the elements.
Like, random question, because like, I got where I'm from. What's the weather like generally there? Where I grew up in the temple.
Oh, are you talking about? Oh, so growing up in the temple.
Yeah, where I'm
Okay.
more used to.
Okay, so you're talking about Balthus, Kingdom of Deadborn.
Yes.
Right. That is a kind of a borderline of temperate, and then it's a mixture into jungle, and then there's also a desert within the forest region. So you would
definitely not
experience
used to this.
in the temple, in actual the capital, right? Deadborn, because it used to be a city-state that developed into a kingdom, right? That occupied more kind of territory and took control of other city-states and grouped them together. You would be used to having average temperatures of like 60 degrees, even upwards of 80 and 90 into the summers.
Yes.
And then,
So we're about 40 degrees
Yes.
separate from what I'm more comfortable with.
yes, you're very cold. Now, your particular race and something that is actually given to you just naturally based on your race, not necessarily a feature that is part of this, but Air Genasi have this ability of the wind kind of around them that you're almost kind of not manipulating, but you just naturally kind of converse with it. So most of the actual temperature in the cold is the wind, right, and hitting, and the kind of the wind chill is noted. So you actually probably wouldn't feel as cold as the rest of your party, but you still feel cold, obviously, because just being in the environment.
Lucky bastard.
So yeah, you're a little bit lucky in that.
And then also a question I had: how much weight would a royal from another continent hold on a different continent?
Sure. I want you to roll a history check, please.
Probably depend on like how much trading and intercommunication they have. Oh, nice.
23. So Glenmark, which is kind of what your city-state is, and then you also kind of your house, your family is really occupied in kind of its own sovereign kind of station within the Isle. Glenmark itself occupies, kind of prides itself on a very strong naval kind of fleet, as well as has many traders. It actually kind of sits upon a large and expansive bay. There are trade that has happened with Arthuria, specifically to Alathan. And so knowing that, and knowing that there's trade to Alathan, it would actually come to that if this House Arillo is actually in Alathan and they have their ties into some business, actual shipping companies, other arrangements within the port city, that they might know your family, or at least this Duke might.
So it would be useful to use my name in that
You could, yeah,
context.
it might be useful in the context of this particular individual, based on what the captain has stated.
Okay. All right. I think we have a good plan of action here.
Yeah, so at worst, it would mean nothing if we didn't cost us anything, or it might have some effect.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I'm not ashamed of who I am.
Throw
That's
the
for
weight
sure.
around. Throw the weight around.
So,
Flaunt it if you got it.
Yeah.
so were we deciding that check see the Duke first, or this?
I think we're
Reserve.
going to Pelu and then do.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
Barlow, save us some of
Get a
those
move on.
beasts.
Yeah. Well, the goat isn't ready yet anyway, but Althoff will be coming back for that.
Yeah, it's definitely it's still King Barless and sees you strutting out. So, oh well, bye. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Back soon.
Captain raises a
And
mug to you. Good luck.
And I'll toss an extra silver on the table for the service.
Laying it down. The captain can use strength eventually as you're kind of leaving. The quartermaster comes by and sits down next to you, joining company with the captain. You all kind of begin to leave. You're noticing there's people still, there's still people moving past you into the tavern, still funneling in from the actual roads themselves. But at this
I
point,
think actually we need to go the other way. I think.
no, you would actually the map, right? You'd be like, where are you going? The other way. So I'll just use the pencil tool real quick. So this would technically be north, right? And this would be
It
south.
slips.
Yeah, no. So the tavern is on the east side of the road, and so it's facing directly. So you essentially take the map and turn it like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So to the north is the village, and then to the south is basically nothing. Right. You're leaving the village
then-
at that point.
What number building would the tavern be? Like if we were pulling up the High Rock map.
The tavern
think
is 2.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can
But
use
yeah,
the
we
legend
would-
there.
So we would, yeah. Okay.
You have access into while we're in any town, village, or settle, whatever. If I have a map, that will be accessible at all times. You can always click that the actual
Right.
village map of rock and get the macro scale. I won't say that everything is directly related to if we have a battle map or whatever. I would say that the alignment of things like this. I didn't put the tavern in gold, right? That would be really annoying to have to maneuver. So.
It's really
Fair
it's
enough.
roughly the same shape.
Yeah,
pretty much.
it's roughly there. It's roughly there. Yeah,
all
trying to make city assets really match up with a dungeon. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So
Just have to wait till we're wearing Apple glasses and viewing the metaversal map
yeah.
instead.
So cool, 3D.
Just jack it straight into our brain, the information. Don't even.
That would be really useful for me. I can't remember shit.
It's okay. We can make that a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, exactly. I like it. Okay, so as you all begin to leave, right, you get the wind can chill again, kind of coming around, but there's no snow, right? It's just an overcast, a little bit of snow, sun kind of pierces through. People are again moving past you, and there's also some miners now heading towards the actual mine road, but there's none really coming down. You begin to kind of round around a large kind of stables. Now the stables itself is kind of like almost similar to kind of you're taking like river rock or just regular sized rocks and you're kind of haphazardly stacking and putting them together. It's referred to as like a rock wall, and those rock walls are built to about 6 feet to about 5 to 6 feet, and then there's wooden beams that kind of jut up And so you're having an idea that you can actually see into the stables as you go around. Some of those are filled entirely with the rock walls, but there's definitely gaps, right, between the wooden rafters and the straw thatching on top. And so you can kind of get an idea as looking in. You can see the pens that go around the rectangular structure. There's a few braziers that are lit, providing warmth, and the smoke is kind of billowing going through the straw thatching that's loosely done. And there is just a massive amount of bleating. So actual goats, there's just, bah, bah. I mean, there's just easily like 3 dozen goats in there, and they're just bleeding in their pens. And there are a couple individuals that look to be mining folk. They're kind of feeding them a array of different things, and also replacing bedding, carts, kind of maneuvering stuff. And they're grabbing hay bales from climbing up ladders into the rafters and grabbing them, right, and kind of yanking them down at certain times and opening them up and whatnot. So you round around there. You don't see any horses, and you don't see any additional wagons, right? They're just using small, like wheelbarrow, like cart type deal. So you round around that, and you begin to head in the northeastern direction. After about half an hour as you traverse, you come across a few switchbacks as they kind of wind up a little bit to get onto kind of a protrusion, essentially another bluff, right, that kind of comes up for the mountainside. The elevation gain is null. It's not really much of anything, but it definitely allows you to see the expanse of the village and see the bluff again, as well as the drop of the Forgotten Sea in the distance. Now, being up on the mountainside, getting an understanding potentially of how large the Frostro Mountains are, you'd imagine that the elevation of these mountains can average right around 17,000 feet, making a very impassable and impenetrable terrain. Kind of this, at that elevation, you actually have deprivation of oxygen. So you're kind of looking at going, you would have to be very skilled with mountaineering to be able to navigate these particular areas. There are around and surrounding this particular area, now on the bluffscape, there's definitely ridges and other sorts of things not nearly reaching the elevation that surround, and they kind of craggle and move down into this kind of shelf that's here where Harak stands, potentially the actual Frostron Valley as well, which is in the interior between the north and south mountains. I'm going to be activating this map here to bring you onto another map. As you kind of stride in, using the kind of path that's rotten dirt that's been entrenched and pushed aside with much of the snow that's going to fallen down, you're now seeing a large kind of quarry that you're kind of sitting yourself into, and you're noticing there's other bits and pieces that are upraised and kind of these 90 degrees, kind of these kind of shelving that's every which way, suggesting that this area has actually been kind of cut out or dug out, right, in a way, and kind of excavated. There's a mine entrance, and it sits in the distance directly to your east, about 300 feet or so. And it kind of goes up a little bit, stops, and then descends down. And it's built off of like stone pillars and wooden beams and other sorts of things to create kind of a thatching or a rooftop that comes out of the mountainside that creates a kind of sheer and then goes back and then up and back and up and creates kind of that ridge line that they're working into with the mine. They do have, seems there is some sort of track. So you're noticing that individuals are kind of pulling and pushing, using kind of the impromptu kind of up and down mechanical leverage of moving the carts onto the track. They're ending outside of the mine, hitting onto kind of a stop, if you will, made of wood. And then there are a couple of people on hoists that are kind of maneuvering them, shifting the hoists over, lowering rope down with these large nets towards the carts, shoveling the ore, putting them into the nets, and then they're taking the hoists and putting them into these large and very odd carriages. They seem to resemble that of like a pickup truck is the best way to describe these, in that they have an interior space with with doors on either side, kind of like a carriage, right? You go in like a stagecoach, but then the back ends of them are exposed, so they have like a bed, right? And that's what they're moving the nets over to, and then they're dispensing the ore into the beds. And then there's a driver's seat, so there's kind of a bench up, and then there is kind of this way to be able to kind of hitch different creatures and livestock to them. Currently, there's none. There's only 3 of these that are positioned that they're putting into the actual beds. They seem to be loading them every so often, right? And as the kind of carts come up, they kind of turn on the dial, and then they go down, right? So that's what you're kind of seeing as you stretch hundreds of feet east. Now, to your north of you, upon this map, there's a corral. So there's another stables. There's also a whole bunch of actual of these similar carriages. These are Harak Mining Company carriages or wagons. And they're being repaired, fixed up. So you're hearing kind of hammering and other sorts of things that are being fixed. There's also more bleeding happening from the mountain goats. You also see horses now in this particular corral. So they actually do have horses. They're up here. Now to your south, there's kind of a turnaround area and a large expansive kind of canopy with kind of almost a circus tent style with open walls. And there's large amounts of kind of rectangular tables and benches. And there's miners currently sitting at some of them on a swing shift. There's campfires that have been pitched up, cauldrons boiling off of like kind of tripods that are hanging there. And there's a mixture of different barrels and crates that kind of just linger about, suggesting that this is similar to a work site and that you would have kind of an area for people to quickly take breaks and eat and other things. Now, coming to a two-story stone kind of a structure here. This is made out of a similar fashion, it seems, to the tavern, and that the fact that the stonework itself is pretty neatly done, this brick stone. The tiling is clay above and seems to be repaired, so you're seeing different colorations of clay tiles that have been thatched to this roof, so it seems to be renovated or at least updated. The structure itself is 2 stories. It's about 19 feet in height. It's not very large. And then attached to it, no windows, attached to it is a long kind of domed, in a way, a rooftop, right? And it's this long rectangular structure with a similar stonework, and it's single story with a large ceiling height, it seems, of about 13 feet. And there's people coming out of these open, kind of metallic portcullis-like gates, and they're carrying supplies. So you're getting to see that maybe this longer rectangular structure on the eastern kind of side of it is a storage facility, right? That they kind of put things. And there's also ramparts that they have, potentially of actually pulling wagons into the actual storage area and loading things into wagons and stuff. So with that, it's really all you see. When you see some miners and other things, there's a particular half-orc that's here kind of leaning alongside the door wearing a black kind of wolf pelt over the shoulders and different leathers and bracers and things, just kind of leaning across, smoking a pipe. There's poster boards to the right side of the 3-foot staircase that ascends to the stone door of this structure, the field house. It's marked with a sign. You're noticing there's a pickaxe. This is a rock mining company. The pickaxe is twinned, and then there is kind of a rock or kind of a geometrical shape behind it. The poster boards have loose papers that are stamped to it with nails. Now kind of coming into it and looking as best you can. There's some miners looking at it using their fingers, suggesting these are like assignment boards, like where they need to go and other things in the mine. There you go.
Okay.
I suppose we should inquire as to the location of Midloop.
Yeah. I'll approach the. You said half orc or orc?
To have work.
Since he seems to more or less know what he's doing, and I'll just like ask him. Sorry to bug you, but do you know where Palo is? Are they available?
Black hair that's been braided down, little incisors poke out. You want to talk to Pelu?
If possible.
What business you have with Pelu?
Well, I don't know if y'all have heard yet, but a bunch of individuals from ship that got abandoned came into town just recently. We're among them, and we were just curious as to. We were hoping to talk to Pela about if they have any caravans or anything like that heading out soon or anything like that.
Starts over the door, bangs on it. Pelu, you have visitors. Walks back and kneels and smokes. Just be a second. The door
Thank you.
just swings open.
I'll enter in behind Zeph.
Now coming in, you can see that there is a hearth here with these black obsidian-like rocks and these spitting this green kind of flame. There isn't smoke coming from it at all, but it does provide heat. You notice there's a small kitchenette with cupboards.
Is that a giant hearth powered by a continual flame?
And this, something maybe, who knows? We'll get to that. We'll see.
Well, I don't know
So-
even Zephyr would even know that. But.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Would I know that?
We'll get to that in just a second. Let me get a description of the room real quick. So you have a kitchenette onto the south
Interested
side.
in this magical
There's
flame.
shelves. Magical hearth. What is this?
I want to know what
So
that
you
is.
So you see that there is a bookshelf to the south, kitchenette, a couple different books and texts and whatnot. There's a wardrobe that's here. This is covered in arcane runes of some kind. It kind of is this wooden, made out of this darker kind of wood, but it seems quite plain except for the runes that are kind of haphazardly put across in arcane style. I'm going to drag you in, Lucar, real quick so you can see. So as you kind of behind, there's another shelf of books as well. This one actually is kind of drawers and cupboards and other things behind it. There's a small desk that's the legs have been taken out of this desk and it's been slammed down into the stone tiling. Particular gnome since behind it, we'll get to the description of that. And there's scrolls and other sorts of things and different measurement tools of kind of drawing maps and whatnot across. There's a scroll case here, kind of it's like a pen with a long blueprint type scroll. So these massive scrolls, and so it's just kind of this open kind of structure with open walls. The scrolls are in there. There's another case nearby, shelf nearby that has some books and ledgers and whatnot. Another shelf, 3-tiered with scrolls laying in it in grooves. Another bookshelf, right? So it's kind of just a mixture of different books and scrolls and things along. Stone door to the north, kind of west corner. That's a bathroom. And then a stone staircase kind of ascends up to a landing space and then up again to the 9-foot ceiling height, goes through to the second floor. Above there, without going into it, it's where Pelu's living quarters is. So there's kind of a loft area up there to be able to kind of stay with a bed and whatnot. So there's gnome. Currently has the feet across the desk. Is kind of leaning back in the chair with the feet on. Seems to be a male gnome with pale white skin, blue-green eyes, long raven black hair with fierce features. Wears a thick black fur robe over a white cloth tunic and blue sash. Black leather and fur trousers make their way into black fur boots. A couple of jeweled gold and silver rings upon the fingers and a single golden chain necklace around the neck. He's currently wearing a chapeau of sorts that's been curled down with a feather that pins through. It's pretty elaborate in gold. See that this gnome is currently sipping on a silver mug of some kind, a goblet, I should say. It's kind of sipping
Mine company
across,
does very well.
looking across a few of the papers, and seems as soon as you have come in, is moving the hand across as such, and you see the door slam shut.
And this place looks much more like much nicer than anything we've seen so far.
I wouldn't say that it seems much nicer. It's definitely spaced about. There's a lot of open space. It seems to be the stonework has been renovated. The actual woodwork of the furniture, like the furnishings, seem to be still weathered and scarred, and a lot of them are hodgepodge in a way, mismatched. The desk itself seems to be destroyed intentionally to lower it to the gnome's height, which is very short. So the hearth itself is probably what kind of stands out with these black rocks. It seems to these rocks themselves are burning, so they're kind of on fire. But again, there's no smoke. There is heat, and it's this kind of greenish flame that's spurting from it. As you kind of stare and look at it, it doesn't seem like the rocks are breaking down.
That's a weird fire.
Oh, well, welcome. Wow, look at all of you. This is welcome to the Harak Mining Company. My name is Pelu Riza. Glad to meet you all. Thorvik just said that you have business. Well, what is it that you need my services for?
I was going to see if anybody else wanted to take this one.
Don't all speak at once. Come on. The day is young still. Business to be done.
Hello, I'm Varys Willow. We were all passengers of a ship passing by that was attacked, and we had to abandon into this town. And we were wondering if there was any caravans heading out of town anytime soon, because we'd like to maybe hitch a ride with the caravans.
I see. Well, let me check my calendar. Begins to open up the ledger and looks towards and notes the dates. Well, it looks like we have 2 caravans heading out, the 20th of Ron and the 27th of Ron. Those will be the last 2 before the pass closes.
What's today?
Today's the 17th.
No, so we got a bit.
Hmm?
Do we follow 10-day calendar on here? or regular or 7 day
This is
calendar?
this is pretty much a regular 12-month calendar.
Okay.
The days in the months for every month is 28. So there's no change as far as
Good.
the days go. So it's 28 days in a month and then 7 days in a week. It's all
So
relative.
it's also it's a shorter year though.
Yes, well, that is because the
Okay.
planet itself, right, and the distance to the sun. So yeah, so there's that's the way that the calendar. So it's very easy to understand. We're on to September, 28 days in here. So yeah,
How many people could you accommodate in a single caravan? We have quite a few ship crew that came up along ashore with us.
Well, I imagine
Whoa.
at least some of them probably walk.
so what is it we're getting at here? Are you looking to, to ride along with these caravans, or is it something that you're willing to, defend? Are we talking about protection? There's
I
been some
mean,
trouble.
we're
I've had with
definitely,
them.
if need be, we're definitely capable of defending or what have you.
Capable, are you? Well,
As are
what
many of the
skills do you
crew.
have?
Uh,
Do you have a
it's
resume,
bit of an,
perhaps? A CV?
it's a bit of an array. So we have your regular, well, I wouldn't say regular, but more hit things hard people fighters, and others that can do magic.
Wow, this is astonishing. You're in
We
the
have a
small
dragon.
mining village of Harak. Here I am, in front of you. Let me see your hand, young man.
Oh, mine.
Hmm.
Mine is not worked at all, basically.
No, don't worry about that. Look at you. You are gorgeous, aren't you? Quite a fine
Yes.
specimen. Look at you two. This is miraculous. And he comes back at the chair, sits down. Well,
But yeah, we were kind of looking to go with the caravans, and if needed, we could offer protection. But we really are just looking for a way to move on. But also, I had a second question. Are you in good company with the Duke?
oh, well, good company, the Duke is hardly the term I would use. I'm merely the owner and operator of the fine Harak Mining Company, which has been put under the thumb of the Talthars. That is purely how I would phrase it. The Duke Gabrierillo and I have a business relationship where he tells me that he needs more iron ore and he needs me to run the mine 24/7 a day at a lower cost to my miners. And I tell him, no, I can't do that. And then he tells me I have to. I have no choice. And that is our arrangement. I do go there once a week just to give some progress reports of what we've done. In fact, I actually sent a messenger over this morning to the Duke's Manor. We had a strange tunneling in, and some of the miners are quite scared. In fact, those that were in this actual new tunnel that we've had at the kind of the end junction were proceeding southeast into a new vein. There are these creatures they had spoken about. They ran out and they were speaking this language and the massive amounts of debris and cloud of destruction, and they were yelling at my miners, and in this language they didn't understand a thing. They simply ran out of the tunnel and they threw as many carts and mining carts that they had and other tools into the small little tunnel that they had into the new vein and the opening that they've made, and they've ran out, and a couple of them stayed right to watch, and well, that is essentially the situation. Happened only
What
a
do they
couple
look
hours ago.
like?
I didn't get much of a description. Quite terrified these miners were, and well, I sent them home for the day and want them to really dwell on it any longer. The messenger was sent really to get some guard up here. There's only 24 guard that Harak has. Many of them are just minor that are paid from the Duke's pocket and tossed a couple of simple weapons and some armor. Guard has yet to arrive, and I hope that they would help with the situation. But just very briefly, from what I was able to kind of ascertain, is that they are lower statured humanoids. And they obviously are intelligent. They were speaking a language, seemed to have a kind of a dwarvish accent in the way that I was referring to it, and they were quite scary in some of the metallic things that they were carrying, and that's really beyond all I have.
Warver's accent. That's. I'm at a loss.
I'm
So
as
do you
well.
think?
Perhaps,
Go ahead.
perhaps we could see to this problem in exchange for passage on one of your exiting caravans in the next coming days.
I don't see why that would be a problem. I would greatly use the help, and I think if you all have your services, and obviously the guard are yet to here to do anything about it, like they'll show up anytime soon, to be quite frank. I suppose maybe it's a trial run. Of course, maybe But yes, if you're able to figure out and investigate why this has happened, I would be more interested in that, to understand the tunneling in of sorts. This doesn't happen quite often. Of course, we face the occasional large rat or two, and maybe some other beasts that have decided they've wanted to crunch on a few miners for dessert. But this seems rather strange, and the fact that they've tunneled in and they were speaking language, maybe just investigating of why this had happened would be better off, and for at least the state of the mine. But anything that you can do, any help that you can offer, yes, I will agree to that. I think that we can definitely get you on board to one of those Rock Mining Company caravans, and, well, we'll talk shop and business after this deed is done. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And plus,
sounds
I
good.
imagine that would help enamor us with the Duke. Hopefully.
We are looking to have a conversation with him at some point before we head out.
In Gnomish, Maldor speaks directly as a Pelu. It does not sound like your deal with the Duke is particularly equitable.
Oh, well, you speak Gnomish. Look at you. Well educated. Might have mistook this. Begins to kind of walk over to you. And so doing, begins to smile and grabs onto your hand. And yeah, you're gorgeous as well. All of you are quite beautiful. It's astonishing. Service of such fine people. Yes,
And
my
Gnomish
outrage.
as well. I would have been like, you're very. I would say you're very charming.
Oh my goodness! Well, this is a sight, yeah. Well, my arrangement with the Duke, of course, is by royal decree. Specifically comes from King Reldor Telthar himself, and through that, Lord Down for Lore has actually recruited and brought forth this Duke, Umbrian Arillo. I have not had any inclination of any other postings this Duke has had, and I believe this might be the first. In any case, Lord Down for Lore presides over the Frosthorn and some of the actual northern Gorn Valley. Lord Down for Lore is well respected and understood. I believe his very sister was once the queen before she passed. Tragedy, childbirth, but I have to respect a businessman such as myself, especially since, well, my company is on the dire need of getting these exports out to make coin. I'm kind of at a loss here. Not much
Could
to
you
do.
tell us more? We obviously having just arrived on this continent by unconventional means. Could you tell us a bit about the state of this war we seem to keep hearing about? There were blockades potentially blocking our way. And
Yes,
battle.
well, walks over the kitchenette. Wine, anyone?
Yes.
Absolutely.
No, thank you.
Wine. Always got to keep yourself warm. Grabs these silver goblets, begins to pour wine, hands them to each of you. Grabs a thing of bread and begins to walk back to the desk, sits upon it, puts the feet up. Yes, well, this war. I don't know much, quite frankly. I mean, I was simply a well-studied initiate and Zoomfir, wizarding school in the fine city of Chandra, the region of Uther. When it was attacked, it was ransacked and destroyed. I had made it out, I had escaped. That was nigh 8 years ago. And I suppose that would mark the start. Some would say it was the attack on the Wizard's Keep and the Isle of Beer that really started it, and happened in a similar time frame of months. Regardless, this war has been long brewing. It's been kind of long-lasting for a good long 8 years, and while this royal decree in getting the Duke up here has actually been rather recent. It's only been months, and most of the iron ore that we come from here is actually used, I believe, for weapons and for armor. We are supposed to deliver it to a Commander Rengla Uku of Fort Frostbeard, which is currently resides in the fine holy city of Othema. That is beyond the measure of where I know my iron ore goes to. Just there. But Commander Rengla Uku, even short on words, some of those that return with my wagons, albeit not a lot, many of them decide to stay. No one likes to work in the mines for too long, and I do offer fine compensation for going along with these caravans. As such, moving through the Frosthorn Pass and the valley is treacherous and dangerous, and as of late, many of them have been attacked. Well, I've sent the guard on it, and I've notified the Duke, but, well, nothing has come of it. That said, that's really all I know.
Of course. Could you, if you don't mind, if you know, who perpetrated these attacks you spoke of on Uther and the Wizard's Keep?
That is information I honestly don't fully understand. It's hearsay, much of it speculation. It's been noted that dragons are involved, great large winged beasts. Me being a wizard initiate in Zoomfear, I was just privy to know that the attack was coming and to escape early on. Beyond that, mentioned from some of the individuals in Othema, and of course, again, hearsay that there are humanoid individuals that fight alongside for a particular individual that's mentioned, but doesn't. I'm not privy to that. I do not know who that is. What? From my history and from my studies, I do know that dragons are, well, relentless, nomadic, and unbendable in their will.
Any mention of the type of dragons?
No, I don't know that. I just know that there are more than one.
Indeed, we ourselves just came close to an encounter with a dragon at sea, with a kraken companion.
That is extremely strange and, well, quite odd. But if, well, it looks like we have another player joining us here. Welcome, Brendan.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm here.
All good. I'm going to drag your token down, see a vision when you log in. You understand? And we'll be going to break here in just a little bit too, so I can get a recap during the break. That is rather odd and, well, quite honestly, perplexes me. I don't understand how that would happen, but if it is true, the attack on the Wizard's Keep by dragons and, well, Zoomfear has happened, maybe, well, same thing happened to you?
Perhaps.
Similar. At least.
Okay, well then, should we see about investigating this mine shaft?
Yeah, do you have any men that can lead us down into the mines?
Or at least at the entrance.
Well, let me give you, here I have a little bit of a schematic of the map. It's just the back half. Really what you're going to be doing is taking the main tunnel directly through, following the tracks, and even past that a little bit. You'll come to the end of our main tunnel that extends. And from there, you'll reach a few of the miners that actually should be there currently. They're still there waiting. We designate a lot of this map Dwarvish. That's kind of what was in there. I bought the company from Clan Olphis Dwarfs. It's long been abandoned, but the mine was already set up here. In Zeta is the designation of the rune that's given there to the main kind of annex at the back of that tunnel. You'll find them. I'll send Thorvik. I think that's necessary. He'll walk with you, and I'm sure Thorvik doesn't have anything better to do. That's the door. Swings the hand. Doesn't bother to grab the door. Swings the hand. The door swings open. Thorvik! Thorvik, my love! I got something for you. Hear a grumble. Thorvik begins to stride in. What is it, Pelu? Why don't you take these young lads here, these beautiful... Well, I wouldn't say some of you are young. Maybe some you all look quite young, beautiful. Why don't you take them all into the mine and head to the disturbance? A few of the miners are still there, and at least make sure they know where they're going. I've given them a map, so at least if they get lost, you should be able to find your way back. I'm Sir Thorvik. Thorvik kind of looks and grumbles. Yes, Perlu. Follow me. Begins to walk away. Striding in the direction east of the map, right, heading towards the mine. Pelu waves. Bye now! And don't scratch those pretty faces, please. Would hate for that to happen.
Good
Thank
day,
you.
Sir Gnome.
Door shuts. Thorvik continues to walk, heading off map here. We're going to go ahead and activate, not that map, this map. Sorry, you're going to be brought to two maps real quick. You don't get lost.
God, mining tunnels always give me the heebie-jeebies.
All right. So you should be brought onto the actual mining maps. You should have vision. I'm going to go ahead and get the stream view pinged over just to the central part of the map. Stop that.
So we're gonna give a description here as you kind of come in, and then we'll go take a break. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay. So Thorvik begins to lead you through the mine. Now this is really just kind of like a back half, right, of the mining map. The mine itself is large, and you've actually traveled. By the time you get to the bottom left side of this map, you've actually traveled nearly an hour as you've been actual moving through and hiking some of the mileage and going through here. You come into these pillars of every small section that have been kind of grunned out and done. The actual sections themselves kind of follow along the main tunnel and the track that's been embedded into it. Stone pillars upon these sections kind of drawn up to expand the higher ceiling height. Smaller tunnels of annexes extend outwards, winding in various directions to the left and right. So northwest, or you're heading kind of southeast, right? So they're kind of exploding outwards in the different kind of, they found veins, other things that they want to do. They will work themselves there. There's no tracks that go those way though. So you're noticing carts are kind of pulled through them. They're just big enough for the actual wheelbarrows and carts. Some of the miners are holding bullseye lanterns. Some of them are holding torches to gain light. And they're coming to the main kind of paths, and then they're setting the carts down, and they're kind of looking in the direction. And then you have the actual mining carts that are on the tracks coming down. And then they're kind of shoveling from the wheelbarrows into those carts. Not necessarily a time situation or very elaborate. As you continue to walk, you're noticing some people are waiting for long periods of time for the actual mining cart to come through. And it suggests maybe that there's a lack of them, right? A lack of supplies in this particular place, and a lot of mining folk that are sitting around and not necessarily working 100% efficiency, right? It's a good note to have there. In these actual small junctions, there's different gear, potentially ropes, picks, and shovels, and excess, right? So there's additional kind of equipment in case things break. There's also piles of broken tools. They're being put into wheelbarrows themselves. And you continue to get towards the back end. And as you get to the back end, again, another half hour kind of traverses by, reaching the hour of noon. But for you all, with no light, it's difficult to tell how much time has passed by. Thorvik, holding a bullseye lantern, picked it up from the kind of supply house before leaving. It gives light to you as you're kind of heading through, and either going on either side of the track as the actual mining cart kind of comes through at times. Eventually, you meet this back half where the track doesn't go. The track is ended previously in the Dwarvish Runic to the previous junction, and you can see that this has been loosely put together to kind of support this junction. No longer does it have kind of bricked kind of pillars. They're more rock wall pillars as they're kind of expanding. There's some wooden beams that have been maneuvered in here as well, and a mixture of things just to support so there's no cave in, right? And it's definitely still worked on. There's kind of a tunnel and kind of movement towards to the left, and now you kind of stretch and look towards the right, and a much smaller, less carved out space, just big enough for a humanoid to squeeze through and then kind of round themselves around potentially, right? As you're kind of looking, it begins to kind of curve and disappear into the darkness. And then there's a bunch of actual wood debris and things that have been kind of slammed into it to stop, like a choke, right? To stop anything from coming out. There are two miners currently positioned, one dwarf and then one half-orc, and they're currently standing there kind of talking about themselves and mulling, and that's when you kind of reach in that spot. And so you immediately recognize, because you've been through the mine for some time, that this is extremely new. This tunnel itself annexed is quite thin in its width and has yet to be fully carved out. And they're really just prospecting in a way, and suggesting that this kind of tunnel goes through and curves and then comes into maybe an open space, which was noted as that vein prospect that Pelu was talking about. So it potentially goes to a much larger space where the tunnel happened. So you've yet to really get to that point. But you can hear. And what you hear is the sounds coming from inside of that potential space, and then echoing through that small, thin kind of tunnel area that comes out to this junction. And you hear metal clanging, shifting weight, movement of objects, like rocks, things, happening from inside there. The miners are talking, and they immediately snap to you. Thorvik kind of yells out, "Pelu brought these to go in." You see one of the half-orcs kind of speak back. "Oh, that's good. That's great. They've been moving around in there, shifting things. They've getting quite active. We haven't come through that. No one's come through. And they're kind of feared and scared, and one of them has a pickaxe. The dwarf kind of holds it like a baseball bat, right? Kind of looking towards the kind of the broken down carts and splinters of wood, just waiting for the chance to swing at anything that would come through. As Thorvik turns around and looks to you all, I suppose we'll have to clear out this and send you in. Are you ready?
Always.
Do we have any
course.
idea of the number of these things that you've seen thus far?
The dwarf speaks. I was in there. But when the tunnel in, I would say there's maybe 8 or 10 of them.
Right. Anything else we should know before we go in?
No. Well, no, I don't think so. There's, well, we were able to kind of shove in some wheelbarrows into there, through the white thinning as we're kind of digging it out. But no, I don't think so.
Okay. To the DM, you mentioned this was a fairly narrow tunnel. How tall is it?
The height of it is about 6.5 feet, and the width of itself. Now, just the tunnel, not to mention the main kind of area that you're kind of working yourself into, where the actual vein, that itself. I'll go ahead and just say the dwarf told you, but that itself gets to about 12 feet in height, and it kind of has that craggly domed kind of vein opening, almost like a chasm within the actual stonework, right? It's naturally forming. And they're just digging up the sides to make it larger. And they did mention that they were able to get wheelbarrows through. So the thinning itself, now looking at it and kind of looking, it's about 4.5 feet as far as the width of the actual tunnel. So it's not incredibly thin, but it's definitely not a space you want to kind of stand upright and stand there for a period.
Yeah,
so,
I was just measuring how much I had to duck.
Yeah.
Valdor's 6'6".
Yeah, I was gonna say you'd have to duck just in the tunnel space to come into that chasm, into that the kind of caravan, the cavern, right? That they've noted. So, with that, Thorvik and the miners, in addition maybe to your help as well, they begin to clear back the splinters and other sorts of things of that particular spot, and kind of shifting the weight and whatnot. As soon as they kind of clear it out, and all of it's done, the sounds of the metal clanging, the rock shifting, the movement of boots, gone. Nothing. No sounds. Just ceases.
Can I see anything in there? If I look?
Well, it rounds around. It curves.
Okay.
So you have to go through the tunnel, and then you'll have to come out into the opening of the actual, as it kind of broadens to even be able to see anything into the cavern. Which is why we're not on that map yet.
Be sure not to hit us when we come back out, alright? I know you're standing at guard.
Eyes the anxious dwarf.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Nothing. I wouldn't do anything like that. No. You all be safe now. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thorvik looks, good luck in there.
So
We'll let
should
you know
we,
what we find.
Beefcakes first.
Yeah. Do you all proceed in?
Mm-hmm.
Are you all being stealthy?
Yeah, can I get sandwiched in the middle here so there's beefcakes on either
Oh,
side
you
of
have to
me?
pay extra for that.
You'll see when we'll get to the map and the transition
I'll
of the
clean-
tunnel it gets large. You get to see before you actually finally officially.
I'll clean
step
your
in.
clothes for you. How about that?
That's
Are
fair.
you being stealthy? I should say. Is that kind of a thing you're doing, or you're just kind of striding in?
I would like
I'll
to go in there quietly.
Well, so I guess we should probably be careful. Do we have anyone who has a particularly keen eye? I can see well enough.
I can
I
see
can-
quite well in darkness.
I cannot see in the
Yeah.
dark.
So definitely not human in the front.
Yeah, I will light it up whenever you ask me to, though.
Is anyone particularly good with investigating for dangers?
I'm
No.
pretty perceptive and I can see in the dark, so it's up to you guys.
I'd say it's up to you if you want to go
I
ahead.
can
and
see-
Try and check.
I can see you really far in the dark, but I'm not very good at investing.
Yeah, I am proficient in investigation, but I have barely above average intelligence, so it's not super great.
Oh yeah, I'm very good at investigating. Just can't see shit.
You just can't see. Which is, yeah.
All right.
Nope. Nobody has all of one.
Tegan goes, I'll take the front.
Okay, I'll go right behind Tegan.
I
Okay.
will get sandwiched in the middle.
It's going in front, take the middle, sandwich. We can move your.
Did we get a long rest, by the way?
Yes, you
Yes.
have long rest. So go ahead.
On the boat, yeah.
All right, just getting you kind of arranged here. And before we get into this map, before we get into this next sequence, obviously talking and delegating doesn't seem like a stealthy approach. Just having someone in front, kind of looking on ahead.
I was going to suggest we try, although I don't think anyone has anything to help with it.
Yeah, if we're gonna
Yeah,
try and be
but
stealthy,
we can
I
try to
probably
be
need
stealthy.
in the
We can try.
back.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to try. That's what I'm just asking. I mean,
Sure.
I'm
yeah, we
really
can-
framing this in the mindset of Lucar because I'm wondering if Lucar would even try to be
He's
stealthy, or he would just walk in at this point. and
Yeah,
just-
Lucar.
Yeah,
what you
that's really
thinking,
up to
buddy?
you, Lucar.
If everybody else is going to attempt to be stealthy, I can certainly, try.
Okay.
That's why he's in the back.
A little bit of a mischievous background, so maybe not very good at it, but
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll push Lucar in the back.
Maldor is not sneaky and doesn't care to be, but he is cautious, and so I think he would follow along with people trying to be
Okay.
stealthy.
So
Yes.
we'll attempt it, but if it doesn't work, no harm done.
All right, so I'm going to activate the scene, and then I'll have it paused. So you're still in the tunnel, so you'll be off map. Put your tokens
Okay.
down, so you have the idea, and then you can roll your stealth. Okay.
Sounds good.
It's good. Roll stealth, and then we'll get the numbers there, and then we'll go to break.
Decent.
Even with disadvantage, Mulder, 15, nice.
That's why I told you I'm not good at it, but it worked out.
Not bad, guys.
Wow,
Not bad.
13 for disadvantages. I mean, that's crazy. This is actually really good numbers. All right.
That's with two disadvantages having to go. That's actually a decent average.
That's a decent amount. Okay, cool. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and we'll get the description of the space. Right, you're still in the tunnel, still off map as you're working into this kind of chasm or kind of cavern or sorts. So we'll go ahead and take our break. We'll take our 10-minute break here. So we'll come back about 1:18 p.m. PST, maybe a little bit after that, depending what happens. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Group 7 really appreciates it, and we hope to see you when we come back. So.
technically, what does
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just had my camera still off.
It's Zeph, right?
Welcome back, stream students.
Yes.
So welcome back if you're watching. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Getting for the second half of the session here for the last hour and a half or so. So going through now, we're going to get into the kind of the description of this particular place. For that, I'm going to go ahead and create some of this. There is dripping. There's like water coming through here.
God, now I'm gonna have to pee.
So I'm glad I just went.
So as you kind of round through, curving around, you're off map. You're kind of looking in the direction of how this is now opening up. So just off map, right, begins to open up into that broad kind of section and then into a cavern of sorts. You can see that there are pillars that they've kind of put in and haphazardly to kind of support kind of a ceiling height that's greater than your own of 6.5 feet, right? It kind of extends further up into roughly 11 or so feet, and it's natural forming, so there's not really an average per se. It definitely drops down and up at certain intervals of time, suggesting that this is relatively new and uncarved. You know, there's like wheelbarrows and like I'll refer to them as carts, but there's like these positions of those, and they're kind of scattered about. As far as some of you with your dark vision, so those that don't have dark vision, you can't see anything at all. You see that the tunnel kind of continues. Those with dark vision, which is only 2 of you, you are able to see. You're able to see those pillars. You're able to see those carts. You're able to see that the ceiling height increases at a certain point. Now, maintaining your stealth as you come through, you don't necessarily see any sort. So are you casting light on Maldor?
No, I was looking at it and I clicked mistakenly. I
Oh, okay,
apologize.
okay, you're good. I was like, wait, someone's casting light. So
Screw stealth, we're done.
as you're coming in stealth, the motions and the movements and the sounds that you once heard outside in the junction, you don't hear still, even after traversing 3 or 4 minutes and getting into this space and observing with your dark vision. You don't hear anything. No shifting of weight, no motioning, nothing with your passive perceptions that you're able to pick up on. And sound, and then with those dark vision with vision. So there's not really much to work off of at this point, but you're stealth and you're moving slowly, and I'm going to go ahead and unpause it.
Can I try to listen more intently over the dripping and all that?
You can attempt to do it. You can also use your vision as you have dark vision, right? So you can stretch through and try to look. What's your choice?
I'm basically just trying to figure out if I figure out where those sounds were coming from, if I see you can't hear anybody shuffling around the corner or something.
Yeah, go ahead and roll perception.
Wow.
I don't know why I did that.
Lucar going for some insight.
I was
He
trying
thinks
to
you're
right.
lying
I
about
was trying to
lying.
right click it.
Does he believe the darkness?
I believe it's fucking dark in here. So Zev,
I think we're in the clear.
Zev, you also rolled persuasion, just FYI.
Oh, God damn it.
Yeah, it's fine. The modifiers are wisdom are +4, and then I believe you do
Yeah.
have you do not have proficiency with perception, so it's
No,
just
it's a straight +4.
yeah, so +4
So
to the 3, so it's only 7. So you get one more
Yeah.
than that. So 7 is the official roll for your perception. You're trying to listen intently and try to figure out the drips are there. There's not really much else to work off of. You know, though, that the sounds that you once heard they must come from here. There's nowhere else that they can come from, as far as you know. And so you're pretty sure that whatever it is in here. But you can't see anything. And you can't hear anything.
Yep, we're definitely alone in here.
Awesome.
I'm just gonna lean back. I'm gonna say, "You guys ready?"
Yeah, as much
Ready
as
as
can
I'll ever
be.
be.
I'm gonna slowly make my way forward.
Voice breaks out. Seems to come from your right side, 15 feet away.
A voice?
That's correct. A thick dwarvish accent. It's a language that's kind of unmistakable in the way that it's coming out. There's a lot of this thick, brutish accent with using the runes. If any of you speak dwarvish, right, kind of piques your ear a little bit, right? But it's not anything that you fully understand right off the bat. Checking languages going through. It doesn't believe that I don't think any of you speak this particular language.
I don't. No, I don't.
Can I pick up a rock on the ground and just throw it over towards that cart directly in front of us and see if anything reacts?
You're just trying to throw it.
Yeah.
Okay. Pick up a little rock, throw it. Kind of hits a little bit. Nothing else happens. Another voice.
Don't hear anything.
You don't hear anything except for the rock kind of hitting into the actual cart, right, and kind of falling down. The similar voice comes from, now kind of pinpointing with passive perceptions, all of you understand that the voice seems to come from just over by here of the pillar. Hear clang of metal and shifting of chainmail.
So telepathically, so that I don't make any noise, I'm gonna ask Tegan what he sees.
Can I respond in my head?
I think that's how that works.
Yeah, so you can speak telepathically to any creature you can see within 60 feet of you. Utterances are in a language you know, and the creature understands you only if it knows that language. You're speaking in common. Your communication doesn't give the creature the ability to respond to you telepathically.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna look back and kind of shake my head no.
Okay.
I'm going to slowly move forward and kind of usher everyone to slowly follow behind. I'm going to try to make my way towards the middle of these pillars.
Okay. As you begin to walk through, I'm going to go ahead and pause it as figures come in thin air, vanish, like almost just appearing in space, kind of soaking in your dark vision of the light that comes through. As they all at once kind of come through. Hold war picks in arm with metallic shields, chainmail. They each have kind of this whitish painted fist across the shield or the pauldron of the chainmail. Their skin is completely white tone, almost albino with black eyes. Many of them are hairless in the head, but beards of white kind of fall down. The one by the pillar is kind of rotating around the pillar, pointing the war pick to you. As it does, it speaks in Dwarvish now. I believe, Tegan, you understand that. Points the war pick towards you. Don't move!
Right back at you.
I just put my hands up and I say in Dwarvish, listen, this doesn't have to be a fight. We're not moving. I don't have a weapon out. We're all good. You don't mean to intrude on your space.
If you move one more step, I will crush your skull into this floor.
So, knowing that people are talking, I'm just gonna do a light spell. So anyone that can't see anything can.
Gotcha. Okay, go ahead and you can cast it, I think target, and then it should put the effect on. If it doesn't, I can always manage it. It might prompt you for a save, just FYI, because light when you use it on somebody. There you go. Light.
As Tegan kind of sees this, he's like, and he looks at them and is like, listen, we were sent here to just check it out. We didn't mean to intrude on any space that you call home.
Interrupts you, points towards the source of light, squinting at it. Stop that! Silence that one!
Listen, you want to feel safe right now? That's how we feel safe.
Don't care about your safety. Trespassers. Begin to steal out. Begin to move closer, some of them.
I kind of look at everyone else and I just nod as to signify, are we just going to do this?
So the rest of us have not understood anything that's been said so far.
Correct.
I mean, we probably get a general aggressive vibe, but other than that,
They don't seem happy.
They have their weapons and their shields out. So they begin to slowly approach, holding them outwards. Speaks in Dwarvish back to you. If you don't silence that light, back away. I will put your body into this ground.
When Paolo told us,
he's just gonna say in common, "All right, fuck it," and he's gonna cast Shatter.
Right.
it's one way to do it.
I need everyone.
Eloquent shatter.
Eloquent shatter. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Eh.
Oh, with a 7, I would have assumed I was going last.
In any other situation.
Yeah, oh look, most of them go ahead of us.
Listen, I'm all for trying to talk out of a fight, but when we're surrounded by like over like 8 of these guys,
No, yeah,
weapons
I
drawn,
think you made the right move. I think striking first is always good. And he didn't really seem to give a shit about what you were talking about.
All right, Maldor, you're up. Round 1. You have the highest initiative at 20.
Okay. So appearing between which one of the, did I realize which? Could I see the one that was talking? Was it the one kind of in the middle? That was the one that was talking. Okay,
Right.
perfect. So yeah, the monstrous clone appears and is, this has gone tits up already, and he's just gonna move straight to the one that was speaking.
Okay.
And I'm gonna attack.
Okay. All right, first strike coming through 24. That's gonna hit. It raises the shield, anticipation, but the echo kind of moves in this essence and mistimes the shield raise. 13 points of slashing damage is dealt as you come across, slicing into the shoulder. Begins groan. He yells outwards, Rulari!
And the echo attacks again.
8 is going to be missed, now holding the shield. Brusts into the shield and kind of glazes it over.
And that'll end my turn.
Alright, ending turn. We now have this one striding forward. As it does, it raises out towards the echo, comes in for a swing. This is going to be a 21 to hit, which is going to hit. Heals 7 points of damage. Sees the echo, vanishes as it struck through. It looks into where it was, mentions, points the war pick out in the direction of one of them, just kind of holding it outwards. As it does, it turns its body and groups its shield with the one to its left as they begin to form a phalanx. Ending turn. This one holds, moving itself, forming the phalanx, and then takes the dodge action in the phalanx. Ending turn. Come to the next one. This one immediately is going to stride up, grabbing its war pick, slightly squinting, but not phased by this particular light. Comes in for a war pick swing towards Zeph. So it takes the war pick with a large swing. 9 is going to be missed. Stomps into the ground, pins, pulls the thing up, and raises its shield at you, Zeph. End's turn. Come to the next one. This one is going to run, moving its movement speed over towards Tegan. As it does, it grabs its war pick out, comes in for a sling across the chest. It's going to be 23 to hit. It does. Deals 8 points of piercing damage to you, Tegan, as it comes across your chest, slicing through with the pick. Ends its turn. Come to a next one. This one is going to group together, forming the phalanx and taking the dodge action. Its turn. This one here at the top side is actually going to reach into the cart and grabs a javelin. As it holds the javelin up, it's going to move 5 feet, and then it's going to throw the javelin out towards Tegan. That's going to be a 20, which hits. Tegan, the javelin skims your shoulder with only 3 points of piercing damage as it comes through, kind of glazing it over and sliding back. Ending turn. Come to this one at the back right. This one is going to turn and runs, moving its entire dash speed, heading into the tunnel. Tegan, you're up.
Yeah, I think the best thing for me to do is to go ahead and shatter. Can't get as many as I wanted, but yeah, I'll do this through.
Okay. Casting
Pretty
the
good
shatter here,
damage.
19 points of thunder damage. Only one of them succeeds in the actual Constitution saving throw as it erupts, dealing damage to them. Explodes outwards, holding their shields, kind of breaking apart the phalanx for a brief moment. They stagger and move, holding the ears, blood pouring from the ears actually, and they kind of hold and move their shields back together. They yell out, "Uladu!" Now they're stomping the shields and raising it up towards you in a warlike fashion.
Next, I'm going to look at Varys, and I'm going to say to him, better have a spell for something, man. And I'm going to give him Bardic Inspiration.
All right, I got it.
Okay.
And that'll be it for me.
All right, come to Mr. Willow.
So seeing all three of these got hit by the shatter, I'm going to throw a magic missile at every single one of them. Just one
Okay.
missile each. So the first one.
All right, that's 3 points of force damage. Still alive, going through the shoulder. Kind of raises the shield, trying to anticipate it.
Second one.
It's 3 points of force damage. Still alive. Goes in from the shoulder. Kind of grouping their phalanx together, but it's arcing over, coming down on top of them.
Third.
All right, 3 points of force damage. All three still alive. Kind of it's arcing over and hitting. They're still bashing their shields together, so taking the hits.
Mm-hmm. And then I think I'll end my turn.
All right, Zeph, you're up.
Hopefully this will help, but I'm going. Well, actually, I'll before casting that, I'll going to try and move away from this guy.
Okay. You will take attack of opportunity unless you disengage.
No, I need my action, so.
It's going to go in for a Warpick swing towards you again as you make your movement away. 22 is going to hit you. You take 3 points of piercing damage and skims into your back right calf area as it comes through. You are on the drag. There you go. Yeah, got it?
Yeah. But that after moving from that guy, I'm going to cast Fairy Fire.
Okay.
Hopefully help out with this a little bit. I wish I were a little more grouped up, but oh well. Which way to do this? I'll do it like this.
Okay. 2 of which have failed their saving throw, 1 of which succeeds. Those 2 are lit now with the flame. It's kind of embodied them and glowing and almost kind of penetrating their flesh in a way, and it's kind of glowing themselves. They're looking at the actual effect, but continuing and maintaining their composure.
I have any? No, nothing I can do on a bonus, so I'll just kind of cower over here. My Mulder.
Okay.
Right.
We now come to one that is in the actual kind of fairy fire as well. This 20-foot cube, it's going to last for a minute. It does, it's kind of embodies, and then I believe if the affected creatures actually shed light in the 10-foot,
a little bit, yeah.
So they're kind of glowing in a way, so you can kind of see them. And you have advantage in the attacks against them as well. This particular figure is actually going to grab upon its chest with its pick and then raises outwards, such as this, as it begins to enlarge itself of magical nature. It begins to grow to twice its size. It's just holding it outwards.
Why'd I cast that on them?
It moves, trudging its movement speed. That is going to be its action and its movement. Beyond growing large, it's unclear as far as what impact it has on this creature. It seems to not be a spell it casted. It just kind of yelled outwards and then grew in its size. That is going to be the end of its turn. This one is going to hop into the phalanx. As it does, it takes the dodge action. And we come to Lucar.
Oh my god, they're trying to use tactics on us.
Okay. So I'm going to. I can move after I cast a spell, right?
That's correct. You can take your action whenever you like.
Yeah. So. Casting Bane on the ones that are closest.
Okay. All 3 fail. Seems that this corruption begins to embody,
Nice.
moving their heads and whirling around.
Okay, and then I'm going to move up next to Tegan.
Okay.
And I think that's all I have left.
Okay. You only have a bonus action left, I believe.
Yeah, let me just double check. Concentration.
Welcome to the bane of paladins. Concentration.
Concentration.
Same thing with rangers. Rangers say
Everything.
but you also cast
Yeah.
a first level spell, so you can only cast a cantrip as your bonus action. So
Got it. Yeah, I was breath weapon says special. It's a full action, right?
so it is technically a special that we're working off of the new book rules, in that the breath weapon is actually something that can be used as an extra attack. So if you take the attack action on your turn, one of your
Okay.
attacks can be supplemented with the breath weapon. But yes, you still have to take the attack action. On your turn.
Got it. Cool. Thanks.
That's awesome.
Yep. So I'm done.
All right. Ending turn. Come to this one. This one is going to be moving kind of around the pillar in space, and it does a similar fashion as it begins to raise its kind of arms outwards, yelling up. Just begins to grow in size.
Oh,
And
God.
Is really not focused on the light, but really trying to kind of moving the remainder of its movement speed, cutting off the path, it seems. Kind of moves in its large hulking figures. It's kind of looking to the ones on the right and the ones to the left here, and it's just trying to break the formation apart and split the group. So while they're having your backstory, it's kind of almost understanding that it's attempting to separate the party into 2 spaces. Oh, there you go. Top of round 2.
All right, so recognizing that, I'm going to move slightly to sort of position myself kind of equidistant between Varys and Zev. And then the clone's going to appear behind him. Which one of you hit me? He's going to take his movement here. And then Maldor's going to attack the one right in front of him.
Okay.
Nice.
18 into a yeah. This is some awesome rolls here.
Nice,
25 is going to hit
nice.
14 points of slash damage as you come across with a great sword slicing into the creature's left leg, splintering through some of the padding and chainmail. You dig deep into the quadricep, begins to groan, yell out.
All right, and then the Echo's going to take an attack on this guy that he hit before.
Holding the phalanx, seeing the echo come around, they're kind of shifting their weight, holding the shields to the side, bracing for the attack. At disadvantage, 10 is going to miss as it took the dodge action on its turn. Braces and hits into the shield as they maintain their composure in their formation. All right, we come to one that is caught up in the kind of that glow at the center. It is going to reach back into kind of the back space, pulls out a javelin within the actual phalanx and goes in for a throw. This javelin is aimed towards the light source as it throws. That's going to be a nat 1, which misses, hitting into the ground. Just a bad miss. It does not move. Its actual position, it kind of fronts, looking left and right, expecting the ones to its left and right to move first. Now we're going to end the turn. Come to this one. This one is not going to move just yet. Turns around towards the Echo, graving its war pick, comes in for a swing. This is going to be a 13, which misses, I believe. Does not actually hit the actual Echo as it comes into the ground, striking. And then it's going to maintain its composure, raising its shield up towards it. It begins to yell out towards them at the backside. Now come to one that is Bane. This one's going to be moving 10 feet directly to the light source. Comes in for a pick swing. This is going to be giving us our minus d4. So we have a total of 10. And this is going to be a flat miss as it strikes wildly, swinging up high. You're able to kind of duck down and get out of the way of it. Ending turn. Now grouped together with the large one. They can't really form a phalanx. The size differential's there, so it's going to turn in front. Lucar, who comes in first swing. That one is going to badly miss. To come across as it swings wildly, it's going to strike into the ground, and as it attempts to pull its pick up, it loses its footing and it falls prone.
Nice.
Tops back. This one is going to move up, moving 10 feet, then slide to 5, coming into this space to the right, breaking the phalanx as it begins now to swing the war pick towards Tegan. It's going to be a 19 to hit Tegan. Slices into your left leg as it kind of cuts down with a large laceration. 5 points of damage is dealt. Pulls the pickaxe as it raises the shield towards you. Ending turn. Reaching back into the actual cart tier, grabs another javelin. Kind of moves, sidesteps 5 feet, throwing a javelin towards you, Lucar. So kind of grabs another one, throws it. The 23 to hit you, Lucar. That does 3 points of piercing damage as it skims into your right leg. Kind of slides between the space of you and Tegan. So prompt you for concentration. You succeed with a 20, still maintaining your bane. And ending turn. Tegan, you're up.
He's gonna say, "I'm never going up front again," and he's gonna cast Shatter again.
Okay.
Not as good damage, but
Alright, only 2 failed, the rest succeeded. Going to be applying the damage. You'll see multiple change. As the damage is dealt, 3 of the targets can get hit by it, one of which slams into the pillar, the other one kind of flies back, and the other one falls forward. They all 3 die. One's still alive within the phalanx that was once there. It's kind of raising its shield, kind of blunting the blow, and it seems as though the large one that was there kind of takes it and kind of waddles a little bit, but is still up and ready to go.
and then I'm going to look at Lucar. I was like, "Can you please take care of these guys?" And I'm going to give him Bardic Inspiration.
Gladly.
They're such a nuisance.
Gladly.
Glad. Any movement for you?
No, I really don't feel like taking attacks of opportunity.
Okay, sounds good.
Only 3 or 2.
Only 2. Varys, you're up.
Looking at the big one,
Which one?
I want to try the one
ones.
in front of Tegan. I want to try to get him on the ground. So, we'll cast Hideous Laughter on him.
Okay. Alright, it's going to fail with a 12 of your DC of 13. As you do, it kind of begins to laugh. And falls prone, falling onto the ground. Now in an incapacitated state and prone.
Nice.
And then, as my bonus action, I'm going to Misty Step out of the fray. Try to get
Alright,
some distance.
Unfortunately, you cannot do that as you used a first level spell as your action. So if you use the bonus action, it has to be a cantrip.
Okay. Well, then that's fine. I'll just end my turn then.
Okay. Zeph, you're up.
Oh boy, oh boy. Well, first of all, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon up by the top big guy.
Okay.
Right. Tech.
All right, 25. So spiritual weapon, it actually doesn't get advantage on flanks. This particular weapon, but it is going to get advantage on Fairy Fire because Fairy Fire is going to give it advantage from that. So it still gets advantage on magical effects. It just does not get advantage on flanks.
Yeah,
because it doesn't represent as a physical object. So the 25 is going to. Yeah, 25 is going to hit. That does 7 points of force damage as it comes through. In addition, the creature is prone as well, so that is going to give it the advantage.
Oh, yeah.
It doubles that. So
Man,
regardless
he
of
is
it,
super.
yeah, super advantage at this point. So 25 is just going to strike down with the force damage, hitting directly to the head with the spiritual weapon as it emerges. It takes the blow. As he's shaking his head wildly.
And it's not concentration, so I will also, as my action, use my channel divinity.
Okay.
Oops, that move. Sorry, stop moving. I'll try to get up a little bit. I think I believe that encompasses everyone of our side, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at it because I had an actual effect that I built into it, and I think
Yeah, that's what I was moving for. From what I can see, they're in the effect.
it put it onto
The enemies?
the enemies and not your allies.
We have a traitor.
So that is odd.
God damn it! They fought with you.
That
Man,
is
what?
really odd.
I wonder if there's a way to.
So
have
I
it only
believe
do
it was
friendlies.
you were targeting the Duergar. I think you need to target yourself before you use it. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this to wipe off here, the best I possibly can here. So let's see what I can do to get it off.
The cleric is bored. He's just upping the challenge rating on all the mobs.
I can
Yeah,
try
I don't think
recasting
Tegan
if you
wants
want.
So I think you put
Easy
it
for you
on.
to say.
Mhm.
Middle's dead over here.
Don't recast it.
Well, it moves when I move, so.
You put it on the shroud onto the creature because you had the creature targeted. So put it on the shroud onto that creature. So it should have officially wiped the actual effect, and then I'm going to be removing the sequencer effect, which removes the shroud, which should have now officially removed. And then I'm going to go ahead and put on your divinity usage because I had it at like 30 out of 30 because I was testing it. So you're 1 out of 1 now. Back to that. So
Okay.
go ahead and target yourself and then cast it.
Right. Okay.
So okay, so put 2 on. That's a bug from it. So I'll go ahead and remove one of these effects on each of you. Sometimes it duplicates it as it goes on. Okay, so you all should not have to manually do anything. Just an FYI, it should automatically do it. The
Crazy.
actual temporary HP as it goes.
Yeah, as long as you end your turn in it.
Yeah. The only thing that I need to put on is the Twilight, which is the light source. So now it gives light. So that's another effect. I had to build another effect for the light on top. So
Okay.
voila, it works. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Nice.
And it should be everything for me.
All right. So
Oh yeah, that's right.
yeah. So he gives it to you. Look, hey, it's on your token. See the blue? On your character
Yeah.
sheet, you should have it.
Nice.
I don't see any blue, but I
Yeah.
do see the 7 number. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Cool. All right. So we come to the big person. This one's going to use half its movement speed to stand up as it comes upright. Kind of shakes and shimmies a little bit, and it is going to be coming for a swing towards Tegan. Let's see if it hits. All right. As it comes down, I'm not entirely sure why. I think it's because it's laughing from incapacitated. So it can't actually swing because it's still laughing. But we're going to have it stay prone then. And then we'll end its turn with the wisdom saving throw because I think that it stays incapacitated and it
Yeah.
stays prone. and
Yeah,
can't
that's
do
what I was
anything,
gonna
right?
ask.
Can't take action or reaction. Incapacitated state. Okay. So it's going to stay prone and then it's going to continue to laugh. So it continues to kind of bolsterous. And then it's going to be taking a wisdom saving throw at the end of its turn, right, to break the actual effect. But it will still stay prone even if it succeeds. Got a 5, so the condition's still there and it's still prone. So we're going to end turn.
Nice.
All right, so now we come to this creature. This creature is going to come here towards the Echo, come in for a swing of the War Pick over the top right. That is going to be 8, which misses, strikes down, nothing there as it goes into the ground as your Echo kind of moves nimbly out of the way. Lucar, it's your turn.
Excellent. So, I'm going to target this guy grab my greatsword, both hands, turn it upside down, and get ready to stab right down into this cackling prone.
A lit
Thing.
as well. So many advantages.
Let out a little bit of a guttural roar. On this bardic inspiration, how do I make it not use it?
Just
close
close the
it?
window out. Yeah, close the window.
Okay. Excellent.
Nice.
Beautiful rolls. Horrible damage.
All right, so 23 is going to hit it. Try to reroll the 1, the 2. You got a 4 out of it, which is good. So 9 points of damage is dealt as you can stab down into the shoulder of this laughing, incapacitated, prone creature. Still alive.
Damn it.
Always tack on smite.
Oh, I could.
You always declare it after you hit. You don't have to declare it before.
Can I also declare a breath instead? After? Does that have to be before?
I think you have to have extra attack.
You have to have extra attack. So you're only
okay.
level 3, so you can only swing
Yeah.
once with your attack action.
Got it. So I'll do a smite to kill him. Then I guess let's just do that.
It's up to you. I'm just telling you that that's an option for you. So.
We'll just do it.
All right, go ahead and roll. All right, 10 points of radiant damage as you come down, lighting the blade with radiant glory, stomping down directly into the shoulder. It kind of incinerates and burns through the wound. You see no longer moving as you pull the blade up, kind of laughing subsides. The creature is dead. No longer are you concentrating, Varys. All right, anything else in your turn?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Come to another large person. You should see the temporary HP automatically added onto Lucar at the end of your turn there. It will actually continue to roll it, and it will take whatever one's higher. So just FYI, so we'll replace it if it gets higher.
Cool.
So we come to this large one. This large one is going to be taking its blade, its war pick now enlarged, and come in for a swing towards Baldur. This is going to be a 20 to hit, which does. As it lands with its enlarged state, it actually is going to tack on an additional damage die here, so it kind of comes down with the large strength and ferocity of this particular blade. And it deals 8 points of damage to you, this pick, I should say, and it comes as 8 damage to you as it kind of crushes downwards, kind of pushing through your shoulder and slicing with a large laceration towards your chest. That's the end of its turn. And we can now come to the top of round 3. Mulder, you're up.
You're muted.
Yeah, I forgot to press the button. Having been slighted by this large thing, he's just going to attack him right back.
Okay. 16 is going to be a miss as it takes its shield, kind of bashes and smacks the blade out of the way.
I'll use my Chrono Shift to have him re-roll that.
All right, go ahead and expend your Chrono Shift using your action. Go ahead and go for another attack. Now we get the same additional
It's the
roll.
same
The
roll.
fates have decided the same exact thing happens, even though there's kind of a stasis effect towards the blade. It's unable to manipulate and turn back time towards the strike.
It just looks like Maldor's lagging.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and then the Echo's going to attack.
Okay. Shield raised 9, strikes across, so it kind of fronts the Echo, one of these creatures.
So
I'll end my turn.
All right, ending turn. You get your temporary there. Not too much on that roll, but you got some. Now come to the one to the left of you, Varys. Comes in for a swing of its war pick. 12 is going to be a miss. A hit on you, I believe. What's your AC? 12? Yeah, it hits your AC. 12.
Yep.
Awesome. So yeah, 12 is going to hit you. Dude, take 7 points of piercing damage. This comes through, slicing across kind of your chest region. Almost like a piercing wound, more of a then a laceration. Pulls it back and chuckles. Begins to yell out and continues its onslaught. But it's going to now kind of wrap its position just a little bit, going 5 feet into this space and kind of maintaining its composure. It's going to be in there. This one is prone from its nat 1, so it's going to be taking half its movement speed to pick itself up. Upright as it stands, looks towards the hulking figure who's dead, still enlarged. yells backwards to the one that's kind of doing javelins and its language, and then comes in for a swing towards Lucar. That's going to be a 13, which misses, as you're able to kind of parry the blow with the actual greatsword, swinging the actual pick down into the earth, picking it back up, raises its shield, and kind of goes in for, kind of some pumps, right? Getting ready for this maybe potentially solo duel that's about ready to happen. Come in for the javelin as it picks it up, aims towards Tegan, goes in for a throw. Tegan, you are taller than this creature, so there's no cover that is being applied. So it aims for your top half. 4 points of piercing damage is dealt as the javelin flies into your other shoulder, skimming it, and then kind of flying off into the distance of the dark. And its turn. Tegan, you're up.
After he gets grazed in the shoulder, he goes, I'm so sick of this. And he's just going to try to stab. Yeah, try to stab the guy in front of him.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice. 23 is going to hit. 7 points of piercing damage. Kind of focusing towards Lucar, you get a nice slice with the rapier into kind of the back right calf area. 7 points of piercing damage. Takes it. Kind of winces from it, but still up.
And then I'm going to kind of look down and like whisper a couple words and bonus action healing word myself.
Okay. All right, 6 points of healing given to you there.
And I will end my turn.
All right, Varys, you're up.
So, after getting hit, I'm gonna turn around to the one behind me, put my hand like in his chest, and just shoot 3 missiles straight into his chest.
Okay.
Just point blank. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Nice, 5 points of damage dealt.
Jeez.
Taking the blow. Okay. Fire away. Oh no, you didn't. Nice, 4 points and 9 total now. And we come around for 3, so that's a total of 12. Nice. You see as all 3 missiles collapse into the chest, raising the shield in between, kind of had it raised and lowered down, kind of arcs around the shield into the chest region, kind of splintering and fragments of the chainmail, as well as kind of scarring the wounds, and still alive and still up.
And then I'll end my turn.
Alright, Zeph, you're up.
Okay, I'll move the spiritual weapon and go ahead and attack this guy. Bonus.
Should be able to click the spiritual weapon and see it within the action.
No, my match just wasn't clicking it for some reason.
Okay, gotcha. 15 is going to be a miss as it kind of force damages across your shoulder. The heavy chainmail kind of hits into it and doesn't seem to go through into the actual flesh of the creature.
So.
No. I don't believe I know much about these particular people, so... Because I believe both of the ones that were fairy fighter are dead now, right?
That is correct.
So I will... No, not you. I'll not do that. I will instead... Toll the dead on the large.
Okay.
No.
Alright, it is going to fail with an 11. 9 points of necrotic
Oh,
damage.
oh wait, that's right. I saw the 9. I thought that was an attack roll. Wait, but
No,
I
you're good.
forgot.
Yeah, straight damage and saving throw, right? So it is going to fail with an 11
Okay.
against your DC of 14. So it takes it, kind of shakes its head, blood pouring from the actual ears, quite flows heavily down the neck and into the drapes of the actual cloth underneath the armor. Still alive.
I don't think I have anything else I can do, so...
All right. Another strike towards the Echo as this one maintains his composure in front. Goes in for the swing. 8 is going to be a miss as it strikes across into the pillars. The Echo ducks down. And it's kind of getting enraged.
This
and
Echo's
angry. Kind of
dexterous.
spits
as
into
fuck.
the ground. It's like yelling into its face.
It
Yeah,
is
it's-
pretty light on its feet.
I'm just now going to turn a little bit and see the state of the battle. And it begins to kind of pull out from its actual back area. seems to be kind of hidden at this point. Now it's kind of pulling it out on a sling. It seems to be a horn of some kind. It's going to end its turn. Lucar, you're up.
Okay. I am going to stab the motherfucker in front of me.
I mean, what do we do, Lucar? What do we do? We swing.
We swing.
Always fun. Martial classes. It's always fun. Swing away. That's all I do. Ooh,
Jeez.
25. Oh, these rolls.
Doing it really
Slashing
hard.
Damage.
Almost a nat.
So you come
20.
across,
That was-
connecting with the 25 to 11 points of damage from right to left, or you can do another Divine Smite.
No, but technically on that, I should have expelled a spell slot last time. I still have 2 out of 3. It did
Yeah,
not do
you
that.
have to manually do it. There's no way to
Okay.
expel a spell slot from the Divine Smite.
Good to know. I will do it.
Also, I had a question. You had him drop concentration on Bane when he cast that smite. Is that a thing? Like when you smite, you lose concentration?
He didn't
No, it's
drop
not-
concentration.
Oh, I thought you said that. Never mind. My bad. Sorry.
No, I
the-
dropped
The,
it on the
Bane
laughter.
did drop, though, right? The Bane.
The Bane is still up. The concentration is still there. So Bane is still on 2 of the targets. Your concentration is still there because you had a 20 of the Constitution saves they already got hit. Varus's concentration dropped because the large creature was the one in the hideous laughter, and that concentration drops and a creature dies.
Okay.
Zeph's concentration is still maintained because the creatures, even though they're dead, they're actually still lit and giving off light. So the concentration of Zeph
okay.
will still be there until Zeph wants to end it or the timer runs out.
That was name confusion on my part. I apologize.
There you go.
Mhm.
All right, so no Divine Smite there. 11 points comes across the chest, slicing through shield, kind of mistimed, and you come across through the shield and splinter bits and fragments at the top of the metallic shield with the sword. You see fear overcoming the eyes. It's still alive, though.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I'll end my turn there. Change my available spell number.
Ending your turn, we now come to the large hulking one. It is going to go in for another strike of the war pick. This one towards Zeph, so it's going to come across for an 11, which is going to miss you, Zeph, as you're able to get out of the way of it, kind of ducking as it strikes down against the earth, splintering rock, raises it
Doing
up,
good so far.
grabs the shield. Ending its turn, we now come to the top of round 4 with Maldor.
All right, so he's going to attack the big one again.
Okay. $19 is going to hit, slicing across. We should see the rerolls here. We got a 6 and a 4. Nice rerolls. Great. That's
Nice.
Ooh, yeah. 14 points of slashing damage as you come across, slicing off. Now, when you remember, you aim towards its leg, coming across its leg once more, you actually cut off of its leg through the artillery of the quadricep. Blood begins to spurt out of it, freely flowing, and it topples down, kind of groaning for a brief moment before it gargles on its own blood, filling into its lungs. It's dead.
Nice. All right, and the Echo's going to take his attack. Oof.
11 is going to be a miss, again bashing into the shield.
And that way my turn.
This one, now moving in position, sees the tall, hulking one dead, yells out, "Ready!" Continues to fight, goes in for a swing towards Varus. Nat 20 upon Varus.
Oh,
I'll have
God.
him re-roll it with Chrono Shift.
Did you chrono shift on your last?
Yeah, I did, but then I went. I had a turn in between the two.
Okay,
'cause-
so you have your reaction back up. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, that's fine. I'll give another reroll.
I'm pretty sure. I'm
no.
not.
Are you sure?
I'm just asking, looking at the turn order, making sure I clarified that correct, because I think you still had your reaction back up because we went through your turn after Mulder.
Yeah, I think
I was
so.
Just making sure. So we cancel the nat 20 out as you kind of chrono shift, kind of guiding, which was aimed towards your center chest. Now kind of goes off glance, kind of to the left of your center chest, but still connects with 16. 10 points of piercing damage dealt to you as it comes across. Only 3 actually goes through to your main health pool as the temporary HP takes most of the blow. Noticing that there's somewhat of a shroud of this etherealness, of this energy that kind of embodies you, almost similar to a black cloud as it's forming, kind of hits in and then disperses off of your body. and some of the laceration still goes through. End's turn. Come to the
Shout out to
solo.
Twilight Sanctuary.
Oh, yeah. 4-pick swing towards you, Lucar. 20 is going to hit you in the solo do. 3 points of piercing damage dealt only taps into your temporary, the actual pool there, so the shroud takes the blow, and it's actually still most of it upon you. Ending its turn, does not dare move. Another javelin now gets picked up. This one aimed towards Tegan as they're just grabbing javelins, and this one's just yeeting them over and over and over again. 14 is going to be a miss as it kind of flies wildly, aimed too high. Ending turn. And now we come
Poor
to
guy. So who taught that guy how to throw?
After like moving my head to the left, dodging that javelin, I'm just gonna absolutely mean mug that guy and go, one more, and I swear on everything. And then he's just gonna stab the guy in front of him again.
24. These rolls are nice. Nice rolls, everyone. It's awesome. 19. 24 is going to hit. 7 points of piercing damage. Ray shield towards Lucar. Kind of moves it in anticipation, going back and forth as best as possibly can. It actually has it raised, potentially another upward strike of Lucar. So you slide the actual rapier into the stomach of this creature, pulling the blade out. You see blood splintering down as well as bile from the stomach. And kind of now is groaning. Almost falls to the knee, nearly dead. It still maintains its composure.
Oh my god. And then bonus action, I'll go ahead and heal Varus with a healing word.
All right.
Thank you,
out.
buddy.
7 points of healing back. Awesome.
Feeling like a new man over here.
Begin to heal.
And I'll end my turn.
All right, ending turn. Bear's Row.
I'm going to toll the dead, the one directly behind me.
It is going to fail with a 5 of its wisdom saving throw versus your DC of 13. Takes 10 points of necrotic damage dealt as its head begins to shake wildly. Its eyes kind of roll back for a brief moment. Now bloodshot, and blood begins to pour from the nose and the ears. It's still alive.
And I'll end my turn.
All right. Zeph, you're up.
Well, first of all, let's see if we can take care of this one dwarf with the...
Damn.
16 is going to be a miss as it strikes again. Heavy armor aimed towards the lower right hip. Strikes across, unable to do damage.
Poor sword, you can't get to... Alright. And you said I did, pretty much everyone saw this guy over here starting to pull out a horn?
In your position, you would not be able to see that. It was given towards the echo as far as information. In fact, most of you probably wouldn't be able to see it just based on where you're facing your current targets.
Pity. Well, if I don't see that, where is it? I'll just, I'll throw, I know it's going to be disadvantage because I'm right next to him, but I'll, shoot a crossbow at this guy.
Okay, so hold down control for disadvantage. You manually have to do that. Wow, it doesn't matter.
Wow.
Disadvantage 24 hits.
Wow.
As you do point blank, turning the crossbow to the side because it's cool, and you put the crossbow up to the neck and you fire a bolt directly through. 9 points of piercing damage. The bolt goes straight through the neck, through the outside of the other side. This creature kind of grabs and gargles blood and falls down dead.
It startled that happened so abruptly. Accidentally dropped the crossbow. I probably don't. I'll probably, if I can, move. I'm trying to get around this guy.
Fine.
There we go.
just
Probably
have-
about there.
Yeah, you could go around. I also want to clarify, you can actually go through a medium humanoid size. It's just difficult terrain, and you can't end your turn in that square. So
Yeah.
you can't go through each other.
But it's everything I can do, so
All right, coming across now, Warhorn begins to blow out as you kind of hearing this kind of horn being blown as it grips on, Warpick dangling from an actual sheath from the side. The horn kind of continues outwards as it begins to blow, echoing throughout the cavern quite loud. You see many of the actual creatures here are kind of snapping their eyes in the direction, puts the Warhorn back down, raising its shield up towards the echo. That was an action to sheath, blow, and pull the Warpick back out. So that was an entire action to do that. Lucar, you're up.
Okay, knowing that the one in front of me is about to die, and the other keeps chucking javelins at Tegan, who's badly wounded, I'm going to issue a compelled duel to the javelin thrower.
Okay, so go ahead and press T for target over the javelin thrower, and then you should be able to hit that compelled.
We'll change my concentration. Ooh.
All right, compelled duel is going to fail here with a 13 to your DC of a 14. I'm also going to go ahead and end the effects of Bane, given that you're trading the concentration away.
Yeah, I did just get an error popped up with 3 different things saying I didn't have permission to change tokens or something.
Yeah, you don't have permission to actually remove the effect of Bane that was put across. It's just kind of one of those problems that happens every so often. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So not an issue there. I just removed it from the 1 because that's the only one on the field of play from the Bane that was previously cast, which is the one that is near death. The compelled duel is successful as you lock eyes, tracing with this radiant beam of light as it begins to grow from the eyes of the creature that you compelled duel. It looks in your direction.
Excellent. Come to me. And yeah, that'll end my turn.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and end your turn. We now come to Amaldo.
It was compelled duel a bonus action?
It is a bonus action.
So I'm just going to get into like a reactionary stance then, ready to attack as it approaches.
Okay, so holding your action
Sorry.
to swing your sword when it approaches. Okay, sounds
Yep,
good.
sorry.
No, you're good.
All right, so the Echo is just going to look at the guy who just blew the horn and go like, God, that was terrible. And he's going to attack.
$18 is going to hit. Now finally connecting with the 1. In kind of the transition stage here, you're able to time the blow, aim for up, kind of down, up the backside, slicing across the back of the creature. 14 points of slashing is dealt. Takes the blow. Begins to grumble, falling to a knee. Still alive.
And that's going to be my turn. Actually, I'm going to move. I'm sorry.
Very good. Go ahead and move.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Now, this one, near death, hearing the horn kind of blow out, stretches and looks towards the one that blew the horn that was struck, and looks in the direction. As it breathes in through the nostrils and raises the eyes, and yells outwards, as it just kind of raises its war pick for a strike towards Lucar and does not move after it misses its strike, falling to the knee. Breeze, blood now pouring from its actual mouth. It continues to fight. Now, entraced to the duel, locked eyes upon Lucar, grabs upon the pick and the shield. I'm going to roll ahead and do an intelligence check upon the creature to see as the horn is blowing. It's going to fail it. Moves in the direction of Lucar as now the war pick is raised. Goes in for a swing towards Lucar, compelled duel. 21 is going to hit you. That deals 10 points of piercing damage as it strikes. Most of the blow, 6 points, is dealt to the shroud, which now dissipates away from the body. It's going to end its turn. Still succeeding on the concentration. It is still compelled. We now come to Tegan, the top round 5.
Yeah. I'm just gonna attack the one that I have been attacking.
Okay.
Tough.
And it's going to be a miss. Blocks it.
You really
shield
hate to see
slowly.
it.
You may also make your hold action here at the end. Lucar, I forgot. So you may take your hold action at the end of Tegan's turn.
I'll say. After I miss, and I say, Maldor, you're better at this. You go for it. And I'll give him Bardic Inspiration. And that'll be it.
All right, so before we get you, Varys here, go ahead and Lucar, go ahead and take your held upon the one that was compelled. When he hits, deals 11 points of damage. You come across the chest prior to when it actually kind of went for a swing towards you and struck. All right, so now we'll come to Sir Willow.
Yep, so I will toll the dead, the one that is injured, to try to thin them out a bit.
It is going to fail with a 10, dealing 3 points of direct damage. It is enough as you see its head kind of vibrate wildly and its eyes roll back in the head, and now kind of pop with 2 little explosions, and it falls down dead.
Oh,
I
that's
recoil
cool.
in absolute disgust.
No, don't care.
Gross spell.
Any movement for you?
I'll just kind of tuck into the phalanx my group seems to be doing.
Okay.
Here.
The
But
meat
then I'll end my
shields.
turn. Yeah.
All right, Zeph, it's your turn.
Oh boy. I'll do another, I'll do a total dead on this guy over here that blew the horn. How dare he?
It is going to succeed with a 16 against your DC of 14. It's no effect. It happens to no movement of the head, no blood, no nothing.
I'll screw you. Okay. And then I'll have the sword swing at this guy who just approached.
All right, 22 is going to hit, deals 9 points of force damage. It slaps down into the side of its its left leg. Kind of hear a little bit of splintering of the actual bone, but it's still up and ready to go.
Right.
All right, this one is going to be taking a disengage away from the battlefield, moving its entire movement speed, headed for the tunnel. Lucar, you're up. You're unmuted right now.
Sorry. Yep, gonna stab this guy again. Hopefully killing him.
.22 is going to hit. Does 14 points of slashing damage as you come through, compelled with its eyes radiant looking at you. You slice directly through its head, chopping off its head, lobbing it. Still eyes aglow, it falls down to the ground and then slowly begins to subside, concentration ending.
I grin happily. A good duel.
I look at him in disgust since he likes to do it to me so much.
All right, so this is where we are going to go ahead and end combat. There's no need. This creature also moves slower than all of you, so we're going to have this creature get to this point, ending combat. You all may move your tokens any which way you would like at this point.
Unless we feel like chasing him down, but I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
It's your call. At this
I-
point, you can do that. I'm saying that I'm not going to move this token any further. If you want to move your tokens, capture, or kill, or finish
Tegan.
them off.
The Echo would pursue, and then I would immediately swap places and finish him off.
Deegan's gonna walk over to the one that's been throwing javelins at him and just kick him in the face, and then follow.
the one that threw javelins at you has his head on the ground, so maybe you just like lob his head, you know?
I just
like
kicked it
like
over.
a soccer ball.
All right. Technically, you did miss, but I'm just going to go ahead and have the damage dealt. We don't need to have the swing. Just declare that you're swinging from the one that's running away. As you slice across into the back, it falls, kind of coming upon this little ledge into the tunnel. The tunnel itself, now stretching in, is quite wide, but it's short. It's only about 5 feet in height, and it's enough for these creatures to go through, being able to stand up. For you, this would be seeming impossible. We're going to go ahead as well. I'm just going to advance the time a little bit here, which is going to retract away from some of the effects here. kind of reducing those and getting rid of the twilight as it begins to end at the end of this combat. As we did go through quite a few rounds, so we only had maybe seconds left of the shroud, as well as a few other things. The light's still up.
As I push forward in front of Maldor, can I just peek my head in and see what I see?
You do. As you stretch in, it seems like a long tunnel. Your dark vision ends at some point, stating that the tunnel continues into the darkness off map. You don't hear anything, you don't see anything, and it seems that it's quite wide, again, about averaging about 8 to 10 feet in width, but it's only about 5 feet in average of its scraggly height. It seems to be roughly carved and chiseled. There's rocks and debris within the actual tunnel itself, suggesting that this happened rather quickly, that they made quick work of this.
And it's 5 feet high?
That's correct.
Okay.
These creatures are less than 5 feet in their height.
Just a
So
quick
we
question.
could go in there, but we would have to like crawl through. If
You would
we
have
wanted
you. Some of you would have. It would count as difficult terrain for some of you. Yes, as you.
Okay.
you
All right.
I honestly think all of you, because I think all of you are taller than 5 feet. So
Yeah,
We're
yes,
not really a
it would be
short
difficult
squad.
terrain for you all to go. So that's why I kind of phrase that. If you made that motion to this figure, kind of designate that now, because when they got into the tunnel, you all would not be able to follow as quickly as this figure into the tunnel, because this figure would be able to move.
I'd like to search the bodies and see if they have anything of interest on them or anything identifying what they were doing or why they were here.
Okay, so you begin to go through the bodies, and you begin to kind of look through the one identifying mark on the bodies that you're able to see just passively with your investigation. If you'd like to make it an active investigation, you can roll. You can see that there is a fist, kind of an icon of like this closed, entrenched fist, and it seems to be painted on with kind of this white paint that smells highly of like a fungus. And you see that it's either on kind of a pauldron that shuts from the chainmail, or it's actually stomped onto the shields themselves in a large, kind of crude manner. And as far as its painting, the chainmail, as well as the war pick and the shield that's armor and its weaponry, seems to be really nicely made. It's very finely crafted. It doesn't strike you as armor that you would fetch from maybe even an apprentice blacksmith, but maybe even a journeyman or a master blacksmith. It seems to be nicely made. While we're going through this, you can interrupt for you're doing lay on hands. How much healing?
I was gonna do 5 on me and 5 on Tegan.
Also, you said, is there some sort of insignia that you said? The fist or whatever?
Yeah, so that's onto the pauldron, and the shield that's just painted on seems to be some sort of insignia, something that marks them. Again, these creatures are dwarfs in their stature and their posture, but they are not dwarfs in that regard, as their skin is almost albino. Their eyes or pupils are black completely. They have no iris, and they are very void of much hair upon their bodies, besides if they have a beard.
As a
What
fairly
is-
well
Go for it.
As a fairly well-traveled person, is there any way I could do a history check to see if I recognize this insignia?
You
Yeah,
can
I was
attempt to
gonna
roll a
ask the
history
same
check if
thing.
you would like. Anyone who wants to designate what these things are, you can roll a history check. If you're trying to figure out what these creatures are, you can always roll a nature check. That will suffice. So, and then if you're trying to figure out the magical capabilities of these creatures, you can try to roll an arcana check. So there's many checks you can make at this point, many observations, many experiences you have, evidence. So continuing with the investigation, the clothes underneath them upon the actual bodies are rather common. They seem to be of this black cloth that's not necessarily like cotton, wool. It seems to be dried fungus that has been intertwined and made into clothes. There's no real leathers upon these creatures. It's really just this cloth or hide clothing of shirts and tunics and pants, as well as these kind of boots that are reinforced with metal. So that might be why they're making so much noise. Now, something that is odd is that they just kind of appeared into actual the air. So Varys, even with an 8, just by seeing the spell and what they did, it seemed that they have some manner of invisibility about them, that they actually were able to kind of come into the light. Still unclear about how the invisibility happened. They also have some functioning of enlarging themselves, but again, with an 8, still unsure as to how that happened. You just know enlarged invisibility are 2 magical properties that these creatures possess. Continuing through
And they
the
didn't-
observation. Go for it.
What you had said during combat, they didn't seem to cast it. It was like an ability they had innately.
Yep. There was no verbal or real somatic components to it. They just channeled it, and it just happened. Yep.
Okay.
So continue with the kind of the summation here. You all are able to find within these purses that they have. There's different amounts of rations. So they do have food in little backpacks, not currently on them. They're actually behind some of the carts and different things, and then other persons on them. In total, you're able to find 87 gold pieces equivalent there, and you're able to find 25 days of rations. I'll put that in public chat. The rations themselves are made of this kind of greenish black meat. It smells highly of like shark or like kind of an ammonia kind of smell, but it definitely is not fish. And then there's dried shrooms in there, and other sorts of dry rations, all of which are foreign to you. You've never seen this food before, but hey, could be good to eat. Who knows? Then you're able to split the gold amongst yourselves if you'd like, or you can always start like a treasury with the whole party. It's up to all of you how you want to dictate the gold. So,
How do y'all want to do this with the gold?
I'm okay with splitting if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Sure.
Keegan is just gonna say, I'm pretty beat up. Do you guys want to take a minute? It seems like this is the only entrance into the mine they have.
That we know of. But, yeah, I was going to ask how you were doing, because I can still help while we take a minute.
So there is 2 gold pieces remaining if you're splitting it up. So one person has to take that all, or you have to split that into one.
You guys okay with having like the extra be like an emergency party fund?
Yeah,
We
that
can start
works.
that.
Sure.
Okay.
But just out of character, I mean, I don't know if you guys want to take a short rest or maybe. I mean, we can push on.
I mean, I'm okay with it because I used a good amount of spells. But if y'all don't want to, I don't need to.
I don't.
up
In
to-
fifth edition, do you recover any spells on short rest? It's only long.
If they're
I
only
do.
certain classes.
Yeah,
Like,
I do
war-
with my,
Cool.
like
my
warlocks
arcane
do.
ability.
All right. So I went ahead and given
Yeah, if
you
it's beneficial,
all,
we can do it.
real quick, kind of breaking through, going through some of the logistics here. So you kind of had like a treasury thing. So I went ahead and made that into a vehicle that's in the player character sheet. So you can see the 2 gold pieces have been added to treasury, quote unquote. This is common that I do for party members when you find maybe a cart or a wagon or something and you're looking to kind of throw things in, or maybe when you even get livestock such as horses. When we get to that point, if you do have horses, there's usually 2 types of parties. One where they go through the 45 horses in this campaign and they just expend them like they're candy, or you have party members who name their horses and other things. If you're looking to maybe have a mounted combat and you're really wanting to be on horses, then we get into the realm of actually having tokens, and I'll assign them, I'll give them names and other things, and you can actually have inventories through them directly. So again, properties there. But for now, there's a treasury, and you all should see that and have ownership over that character sheet. So
But yeah, I can recover spells. Or I think it may be just one. I don't know. With the
It's like
rest.
half your wizards leveled around and down, so right.
I was kind of thinking just more on the healing side to get us back
What's
up.
half your wizard level rounded up?
Yeah. But yeah, I can help with the healing if we want to take a minute or a bit.
So,
'Cause, like, how is
Uh,
everyone in general looking?
I mean, I'm not that hurt.
Yeah, the temporary HP.
it goes away.
I was gonna say that. I
Yeah,
haven't
it
lost
will
that
be
yet.
it will be gone. So I'm going to remove it right now.
Ooh, okay, then I'm more hurt.
Yeah. I was
After
gonna
the
say,
shroud ends, there is no longer that effect.
I mean, we can heal up and continue on. And then,
Yeah. Because, like, if you guys want, I can, like, even if we do a short rest, like we probably will be, I can heal up. I'm pretty sure I can heal up everyone to good condition before we head out.
well, we're taking a short rest. Then I'll just use the hit dice so you don't have to use a spell.
Yeah. Everyone cool with the short rest?
I'm fine with that. Whatever.
Maybe. My main concern, I'm not no strategist, but apparently they are. So the more time we give them to do whatever, the harder they might get.
But if we rush in with expended resources, we want to make sure we're the most prepared we possibly can be as well.
The
Short
only
rest is about an hour.
it's an
Yeah.
hour.
So like,
It's up to you guys.
I'm fine with that because, like I said, I'm no strategist. I'm just concerned that anytime we get we use to prepare, they also get.
Yeah. So the question becomes: would you rather have more stuff and just go in head on, or would you rather
Yeah, I mean, the thing
try
is,
to catch them off guard or
they
more
do-
off guard?
they do have time to prepare. They know we're here, but they're also all already fresh. So any time we spend preparing is probably more valuable to us than the time that they have to prepare.
I would agree. So short rest.
I think, first of all, we should be close by to each other and, like, all keep watch as we're doing this because we know they can turn invisible. So just keep your eyes open.
Yeah.
We could roll
And listen.
push some of the
And-
organs into the opening.
Maybe. And once we get going, probably I can also help with the whole not singing dark thing because I can share that with you guys. But it only lasts an hour, so
Okay. Well, we'll take the rest of them. We'll figure it out from there. Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right.
And the echo has disapparated at this point.
yeah.
Also going through, we had a history check of a 19. Tegan, even with a history check of 19, that mark doesn't specify anything too specific. You're getting a vague idea that potentially that is a clan symbol. Dwarfs themselves, even though these are not dwarfs, they represent similar in nature to the size and things. They operate themselves off of clans. The way that they compose themselves as well as combat, suggesting that they are highly trained and they are soldiers of this said clan.
Gotcha.
All right. So what would we do now if we're taking a short rest, Michael?
I mean, you're taking a short rest. It's going to be an hour, right? You're going to have to sit around, you're going to relax, lounge yourselves. You definitely cannot. Sometimes you can travel in short rest, depending if you're on horseback or carriages or wagons. But given the state of the tunnel, if you're wanting to proceed further down, the short rest will have to be taken in a stationary, kind of dormant state within this space.
Okay. Well, let's just all group up and do this then.
More than welcome to, if you want to continue to converse, I'm just going to advance the hour if you want to take your short rest now, and you're more than welcome to converse about. I'm going to put the light spell back on you so you can see.
Does it auto roll hit die?
It should prompt you, so when you use the utility short rest or go from your character sheet, it actually will come up with a kind of a menu that you can interact with that allows you to expend your hit die and stuff, and then start kind of giving you health.
And then how would I use Arcane Recovery? Would
Should be able to
just,
just click it.
You just have to click it, and then you have to designate spell slots manually, what you want to do. So you should see in your spell book the spell slots there. You can change that 0 to whatever you want to do.
Okay, so if I'm level 3 and it's half my wizard level rounded up, is that 2 slots back?
Mhm.
Okay. So,
Oh, it's up.
Arcane Recovery?
yeah,
I think it's round up, isn't it?
it is round up.
Yeah.
That's
So-
much better.
Yeah, two there. So it's a combined spell level, so you can do 2 first level spell slots. Right?
Yep, that's what I'm going to do. All right.
So, do we intend to travel further down the enclosure?
Well, are we done then? Who does not have dark vision?
I do not. And Luke Carr does not?
Or who does? I know it's me and like one other person.
I do. I see quite well.
Okay. Okay, so
Tegan,
that-
do you have dark vision?
I think it was only me and Mulder because I remember.
Sorry, what was that?
Too.
Tegan, do you have dark vision?
I do.
So it's just me and Lucar.
It's 120, right? Is what you can give him.
No, 100 or 300 today. I basically shared my own night vision with them.
Okay, so you can give him 300 dark vision.
Well, we're gonna do that now in the light spell.
Yeah. Like, I think that might still come in useful when fighting them, having
Yeah.
light, I mean. Because they definitely didn't like that. They kept
Yeah.
attacking whoever was glowing.
And
Yeah,
then for how long? It lasts an hour.
Yeah. That's why I was waiting until the end of short rest to do it.
Sorry, I'm back. Safeco.
All good.
You're giving it to everyone.
Pretty much, yeah. Because, like, oh yeah, I should, even the ones that have dark vision, I should give it to them too, because it extends their dark vision.
Yeah, so you can give it up to equal to your
Up
wisdom
to-
modifier. So you have
yeah,
4,
which is
which
4.
is everybody. Yep.
Is there a way to end the light spell?
Yeah, you should be able to just.
Ta-da!
Okay.
Yeah, any spell that requires concentration, you can just will it to stop.
Yeah, but
Uh,
light doesn't.
Light
require
light doesn't have concentration. Anytime you want an effect removed, and it's not time gated or there's something else, and it just doesn't just prompt me for it because it's easier for me just to remove it from your character sheet.
Okay.
It's the way permission works. Sometimes gets a little wonky.
All right. So we'll.
So we're getting done then.
Is our short rest over?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll head down that tunnel.
Okay.
I'm not going first this
So
time.
I would volunteer to go first. However, you're all going to be staring promptly at my ass as I crawl through this tunnel.
Oh, also, who is going first? I can also do something helpful for whoever's likely to
I
encounter
think
first.
Lucar and Aldor
Go
is
first.
going to go first.
If it's one at a time.
I'm going to be at the back, and I'm going to be backing my way through the tunnel, holding my rapier out behind me.
Oh, how about I ask this? Who would benefit? Do you guys, the two of you, who do you think would benefit more from having extra help on your initiative roll? Like,
Easier.
Yeah, it's probably pretty even. What's your dex?
14.
Yeah, we're about the same.
I'll say Mulder. I'll give you my vigilant blessing.
Yeah, he's got that echo, so.
Nice.
Okay. Giving vigilant blessing. Real no way to add this as an effect. So just have to remember, Maldor, that it's on you. So when you roll your initiative, you're going to roll it twice, right?
Sure.
The get advantage for initiative doesn't work quite well. So a lot of the kind of the syntax of effects and always bugs out. So no worries
Just
there.
roll it twice.
Yeah, just roll it twice, and then we'll take whichever one's higher.
Cool.
Right. So
Slowly inching the way forward.
into the tunnel. So you all begin to kneel down. I think Mulder, you might even have to crawl.
Pretty much crawling, yeah.
Crawling. Taking difficult terrain. Time passes as you continue down. The drips themselves slowly subside. It doesn't seem there's any moisture or rain that begins to kind of come through this space. There are a little bit of rumbles kind of occur every so often. Kind of just shaking happens around as you're kind of taking it in. Some rocks begin to fall. Not necessarily it's caving in or anything, but just odd, right? Some oddities. Continue to go through, and an hour passes by as you've gone, and you don't see any light, and you've traversed a great amount of distance. It becomes kind of unclear as far as how far you've actually gone. There's still no light up ahead. The question to you now is, do you all continue?
So how long have we been going?
You've been going for an hour in difficult terrain.
We've come this far.
this might go on quite deep.
Well, I mean,
We could
we
just
only
go
really
on
need to figure out what the creatures were and if there were more of them. But if they're not this close, then I don't think they're going to be much more danger. I think it was just the group that we encountered that was really the issue.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to, say we got the job done, and then we didn't get the job done because we are
So
relying on.
I'm just picturing
No, I'm
you
not-
on this like little tunnel, like on all fours,
Trying to have a
like
conversation.
back
Yeah.
there instead of talking.
We are
Especially
relying.
since Tegan is actively facing the other way and he can't really turn around. He's just like
Well,
leaning over
You
his shoulder,
can
going,
turn around. It's 10 feet wide, so you can be side by
Oh,
side.
it
and
is?
turn around.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about 10 feet
Yeah.
wide, but it's just short. So
We are relying on this man for safe passage out.
Well, no, that was my point. Is that maybe if we're having to travel at least an hour before we even encounter anything else, maybe I'm speaking hypothetically, honestly, but maybe that's all the actual danger to the miners.
The thing is, you guys didn't hear me talk with these things. They claimed that area as their own. These things aren't secluded in their own area. They're expanding their territory. Or the miners stumbled upon theirs. Either way, there's going to be conflict.
Yeah, that could be the end of all we need to do is just report back that they should stay clear of this particular shaft. I will say, based on their equipment and manner of dress, and their behavior, they were an organized military unit. If they had backup, it would have been close by. Any further, and we were likely be walking into their base of operations, which would probably be far more than we are capable of handling on our own.
I'll leave this decision up to the people that are more, skilled within combat than me.
Nope.
I'll go along with whatever y'all want.
At any rate, our dark vision wore off, right? So that hour is gone. So
Yeah, so look, it's pitch black.
I can't see shit. And we know that this, generally narrow tunnel has gone on for an hour and probably been tunneled out. We could recommend that they collapse it.
Yeah.
At least save themselves some time.
Clearly, they've stumbled into an area that's just too dangerous for them to mine. They should stay clear of it.
Right.
We've dealt with the immediate threat.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea to me then.
Shall we turn back?
We could always discuss it with the Palu, which they think, because they may agree that's a good course of action, or they would consider the dispatch of the group they actually encountered to be.
Yeah, if they intend to go further, then they likely need to consider it an act of aggression and send military forces down here to secure their space.
Well, I think that was we were I think it was intended to be us instead of the military.
Right. But we don't possess the numbers to hold an area. We can clear it out.
It
would
really,
also
it really depends on what the actual source is.
I would also say we can go report back to him, see what he wants us to do further, and if he wants us to continue down deeper.
Yeah, I'm not really saying claim that the job is done when it isn't. I'm questioning whether the job is done or if there's more to be done.
We could also
if
scout
we-
together another 5-10 minutes and then just decide if there's nothing up there.
That's fair.
Yeah,
If
so just 10 more minutes
Just
further.
scout.
we've killed how many? 10?
Something
I
like
don't.
that.
I don't know that.
One definitely got away.
No, he died.
Yeah, we
I
got
was
him
about
on
to
the
say,
way out.
Mandor got him.
Yeah,
Well, I
he
think it
started
was
the
one at
run.
the beginning
but-
that ran, right? That's
Oh,
one of
no,
the,
there
it was one at the
was.
beginning that ran.
There was.
Oh yeah.
There's one. Right
Just
at the
one.
My
beginning.
point is, we did this initial task in exchange for a favor. I don't know that I'm willing to do much more slaughter on the auspice of a favor.
Yeah, I was
Right.
mainly advocating to literally report what we found so far, and then inquire as to whether they want us to go further away. Were they even going this direction?
Yeah, I would agree. I think we can go back, report what we found, and then if he wants us to do something further, maybe we get paid for it.
Okay.
because this is all for a favor.
Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah,
I think I could.
Like-
I think I
Like-
could hackle my way into some payment.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm pretty persuasive when I'm not talking to pale, blind dwarf creatures.
So, taking the hour, you kind of crawl back outside of the tunnel, coming back into the same map that we didn't really leave from for the reason of transition. So you come in this space, the body's unmoved, untapped. Thorvik and the two other miners have yet to come in, still hiding outside of the actual off map.
It's been like 2.5 hours.
They
Just
side.
nothing.
Nothing.
So I guess we just head out back into the main mining tunnel.
Okay.
Send
Tegan's
Naldor out
gonna
first with his
resist.
glowing eyes to see if they get a reaction.
Before we go out, I'm gonna yell
If I
like,
get
"Hey,
hit
we're
with
coming
the-
out! Don't hit me!"
Tegan resists the urge to run and scream bloody murder that we're all dead.
Okay, so coming back onto this map here, you kind of work yourself around that bend, and then you come out right into the space, and you can see that the carts or the debris that was once put on was put back again. So, and they kind of see like the shadows and things and the movement, and you hear the dwarf speak, "One more step and I'll strike. Get back."
Knock knock.
Oh,
Easy.
oh, it's all of
Easy
you.
there, killer.
Snatch the pickaxe out of his hand.
Kind of begins to move the debris and stuff, letting you all kind of pass into the junction. You can see that Thorvik, the half orc that was kind of escorting you in, is not there no longer. The other half.
So was the where we fought them like up here in the far right corner?
So again, this is just really a guide. I sometimes use maps to kind of guide and help and position of like distance and elongation. Just create like a scale. You fought them in here. A question mark.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, you've kind of made your way back up here.
That's a lot. That's a lot of tunnel.
Yeah, so that's what kind of echoed through the noise and how heavy they were, right? What became really apparent and how non-stealth that they were being, just moving and shifting
Right.
with the metal. That, again, it's a mine, so it's echoing out, and there's not much movement or motion in this far distance in terms of the mine.
And it's safe to assume they have dark vision because they saw us
Yeah.
sneaking in.
Yes.
So. All right. Well, let's try to
Is it-
report
is-
I guess
back.
we should
Is
let
it
the
done?
dwarf know.
We'll get back to you on that part, but we did dispatch the initial. There was a group of like 8, maybe 10. Didn't get an exact count. That were in there. We dispatched those, but there was one that definitely ran down the tunnel to get reinforcements.
Oh. I'll be okay to leave, or?
You might
I
want
would-
to stay on guard just to make sure no more come through. But the threat for the moment is past.
Okay. Begin to push back
Yeah.
the carts and the objects and block.
Yeah, just keep this blocked off.
The Horak guard has yet to come. We thought that we'd expect them soon, but it's been hours.
The what?
The guard.
Oh, the guard.
from the village.
Yeah.
Well, we'll go talk to. Is it
Palu.
Pela?
Palu, yeah.
Okay.
The
We'll go talk to
head-
Pela, and we'll see what he wants us to do further. But for now, there's no one in there.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for
But-
your help.
Make sure they listen really carefully because those creatures did have the ability to be apparently invisible.
What? Are you, sir?
There could be one standing behind you right
No!
now.
Please, you can't leave. Not until this is fully dealt with. They can come back, yes?
We'll,
traveled- we
we'll
traveled for an
probably be back,
additional-
yeah.
We
Okay.
traveled much farther down the tunnel, and there were no more to be seen.
Okay.
I mean,
Oh.
there were, to be clear, there definitely is more, just not close.
Oh, okay. Be back soon, please.
Yeah, we'll check in with Pela and see
All
see
right.
what he wants.
Okay.
Is there any way you can temporarily block this off to the
Well, we
point where-
try to do what we can. That's what they've put the debris of carts
Yeah.
and other things to try to block it off. But I mean, it's a barricade rather than that's what it is.
All right,
I-
stay vigilant.
Oh, okay, all right, I will.
All right, so back to Pelu then.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Hour and a half passes by as you traverse the mine here. About 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Back to Pelu so Tegan can get his flirt on finally.
Still overcast, nothing necessarily there. See as Thorvik has kind of turned in mid-walk, kind of stops, right? Thorvik in kind of this position. He's kind of walked past Thorvik, is kind of looking. I was on my way back. I got some food. Kind of carrying a large sack. What happened?
We kind of wanted to update y'all to see what you want to do further. We did encounter a group of creatures and we dispatched them, but one did get away at the beginning of the fight, and presumably went to get reinforcements.
Oh.
But we did go follow them for like an hour and encountered nothing.
Well, I'll make sure to give food to the two ones who are keeping watch. You'll have to talk to Belu. Begins to walk away, head towards the mine with the sack of food.
All right, well, we'll head to Pelu and then knock on the door.
Yes, and allow Tegan to spin a tale of great heroism.
Yeah, we'll let Tegan go first if he wants to go first.
Absolutely. What's his name again?
Pelu. Tegan, get over here. Wrong door.
Warp speed. All right, so as you approach the door, go in for kind of a knock at it. The door kind of begins to swing open of its own volition as you knock upon the door. You hear a voice, "Oh, come in, please, come in."
Pelu, my friend. We come bearing good news.
Oh, yes, please do tell. I believe Thorvik has just grabbed some food for those keeping watch. It's been some time. Many hours. I thought you all had perished. But I'm, well, grateful that you did not. Some of you seem to be far dirtier and bloody than others. It seems that maybe a quarrel or fight happened.
When he says that, I'm gonna prestidigitation all of the blood and dirt, all of us off. Get us all cleaned back up.
That is more like it. Prim and proper. Ready to go. Quite like that.
Yes.
Shoot him a wink.
Pelu, my companions and I actually stumbled upon some resistance as we were attempting to investigate the noises you heard. There were these very pale, dwarven-like people down there. They were not very friendly. I attempted to converse and maybe diffuse the situation, but combat was had, and we did come out victorious. These creatures were very odd. Innate magical abilities that lets them turn invisible and grow in size. Have you heard any legends or anything about a civilization such as that?
Hops out of the chair, begins to walk. And let me see your hands. It's tender, nice, lovely. Quite beautiful you are. No, I have not heard of anything quite like that before. No, sounds a tragedy. I'm glad that you dealt with, but please, explain to me what these creatures were exactly doing.
Well, like I said, much conversation was not had. They did seem to know Dwarvish, as their dwarven nature you might insinuate. They carried weapons that did look like pickaxes. I don't know if they were expanding their territory or responding to the new tunnel being made, invading on theirs. It seems to be some subterranean society near the mine itself, underground.
Well, that is... We've never had any trouble with these before. This isn't the first time, and we've made very, very many avenues of increasing this mine over the last 36 years. I mean, it seems so rather odd that it would happen right now.
Well, I know as a businessman such as you are, I understand that you expect tasks to be completed to the fullest, and I believe our initial agreement has been met. We have met the force inside of the avenue and dealt with it. My companions and I are more willing and able to continue our investigation further on. However, traversing such territory is much more dangerous than initially described, and we're wondering if there would be further compensation for our efforts.
I see. Well, isn't that such a surprise? In this day and age, who was I to think that you all lovely specimens were just here to help? Of course, Coin. Is that what
we're
speaks
here to
you
help.
all?
We're here to help, but
Oh, don't
you know,
pity me, a fool. Don't pity
it
me, a
doesn't.
fool.
It doesn't all come for free.
I've
but
been
we're
in
here
the
to help.
business quite long
Don't-
enough.
Don't think for a second I would ever try to insult you. My language is only to be proper. And
No insult here. We'll keep this strictly business and orientation, please. I've been a business person for some time. I understand coin is a great motivator and coin is needed. It's dangerous. It seems to me from the description of just what you've described and agreed. I mean, I need this matter dealt with, and I'm willing to pay. What really is to beg the question is truly the understanding and the intentions of said creature. I mean, what's to say, even after delving further and further and further and removing, that they just won't come back?
So
Yeah, that
that's-
my thoughts exactly. These creatures are, I believe, territorial in nature. Once they claim a place, they seem to be defending it to the utmost might. They were very organized in the way they attacked, using strategy that of a organized military group. So I believe we're dealing with an actual society of intelligent nature. So it is not merely a turn and burn, clearing out an area. These are actual militarized people.
See, well, this seems definitely something like, I mean, if we need to, maybe getting the Duke Umbrian Orillo to send an envoy over to Lord Downfall, perhaps. Getting those mighty righteous Fulor paladins out here.
Yes,
That
I
may
would-
drive the fear in the hearts.
I would suggest that pursuing them further would be tantamount to a military action. We traveled for an hour beyond the beachhead they had created and found no other sign of them. So to travel further and attack them would likely be doing so in their own territory.
Well, diplomacy then.
That is up to you.
If
These
They
creatures
did
are
not
after
seem-
coin, yes?
They did not seem particularly open to negotiation, but perhaps someone more versed
Well,
in their nature.
Like, I mean, we definitely got the impression, I believe, that they had already considered at least that part of the cave already their territory, like you said earlier.
Were it me, I would collapse the tunnel and just not proceed any further in that direction.
But the
Perhaps
problem
in-
is, his business is not going to be protected by that. They've stumbled upon his business once, and they know exactly where it is now. There's no telling if they'll stumble upon it again.
That's true. It depends on their motivations. If they were defending their territory or trying to expand it into his, that part is unclear. But given how far away they seem to be from where they had come, I would imagine that they may just not venture out again. And if they do, then perhaps you could make a more whole military decision.
Like, question, tunnel that we traveled in, did that seem like a natural tunnel?
No.
So they definitely were determined enough to dig a tunnel for at least an hour, which is no small feat. So I would think, more than anything, indicate their intention. If they went through that much trouble to dig that tunnel for that long, I think it's a good chance they're not going to just give up that.
Yes,
And
I
they
mean,
can.
that would have taken a great deal of time if I set miners on to dig a tunnel, and as far as that distance, what you're referring to, it would take months of work. Clearly, this has been in the works for some time with
Grant-
these creatures.
Granted, it
I
wouldn't have taken them as long as it did us because they're smaller.
So, but alas, coin diplomacy. I feel like that is necessary, and I will. I definitely do tell. I mean, even if during my meeting here with the Duke Amarilla, but it definitely seems like something getting on with the Duke. If there is a military action here happening, even getting the Paladins of Valor, some sort of soldiers from the Holy City might be worthwhile, and getting them through the pass before it actually closes here in a week's time. Now, I would mention, did any of them, through your conversating, did any of them mention captives, perhaps?
I think
No. The initial conversation was that of them. We were surrounded at the moment, and they were trying to get us to lay down our weapons and leave. Is my impression I got from them.
No mention of captives.
I don't believe so.
the conversation was rather short, so
Yes,
we didn't
it
really get that
doesn't-
far
it
along.
doesn't-
There's
say-
now none remaining to speak.
Well, I would be quite cautious. I mean, if we go through a diplomacy route and try to maybe figure out. I have missing prospectors, 7 individuals. They've been gone a week. They're supposed to return several days prior, but they have yet to return. They headed up to a ridge line to the north here. And, I mean, obviously that's great, far away from the mine and much distance, and of course on the surface. I don't know if these creatures ever come to it, but I was kind of hopeful, honestly, since they haven't returned, that they were just captured by these creatures. It became apparent maybe that would solve 2 problems, but alas. So, coin, then, for your troubles. Going back in, I can't offer you that. But it's up to you all.
It'd be much appreciated.
So
Um,
you wish us to go back in and see if we can find the source of
I would be greatly appreciated. Yes, I would gladly offer coin to suit your work and hire you on as hands here, and maybe to start a dialogue with these creatures and really come to the reasoning of why they're here. I would greatly for that. And as far as if they're looking for coin, I can offer that. If they want coin, and we can buy them off. I don't know if that's what motivates these creatures, but we can come to
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe they'd be another customer.
I was going to say they did seem quite capable. You might be able to strike a deal where you just trade for their ore in that sector and you don't have to work it yourself. Everybody wins, nobody dies. But they are not very hospitable. I don't know what the success rate of that might be, but it could be worth exploring.
Well, all we can do is try. So I'll give you the coin at least to figure out why they're there and see if at least you can start a dialogue. How about that?
Diplomacy is always the first route I take. If forced otherwise, I'm more than capable of handling the
Weren't you
situation.
the one that shattered him while he was talking?
Listen, they were closing in. I was up front. I'm a squishy bard. I don't like being surrounded like that.
That's fair.
So-
I was not a fan of it.
Let's count how many. 5 of you individuals here? Well, I imagine I can give away for 500 gold pieces each for this service. How about that?
I feel that's more than compensating for our actions.
That seems a fair price.
Fair price for
Very
your
fair.
work. Fair price for your work. Well, 2,500 gold pieces. Let's see here. We'll need to go half now. How about that? Half the other half when you return.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Standard
We
practice.
maybe discuss over some roast goat at the inn first
Yes,
before.
I do believe we should take the night and prepare before we head back down. It's going to be a long trip.
Take the night and prepare, not heading back. I mean, are you accepting this arrangement? I will not give you coin until you duly accept.
Would you be opposed to having us mull it over the night?
I mean, if you are confident these creatures won't return through the night, then by all means.
I mean,
I would
we
recommend keeping a guard, but they probably won't be able to return in great numbers.
We are still expecting the guard at some point here, yes. They've
They
been
seem to
many
have a
hours.
rapid response time.
Oh, it. Don't you know it? Don't you know it? Yes, well, we only do what we can.
But yeah, I would imagine they're not going to push out where you are standing guard for the night.
Well,
If you keep
I
someone
would-
posted, if you see anything, you can come find us at the tavern.
Well, no, I mean, I was gladly going to take my opportunities here. You all fine young individuals. I mean, I was going to offer myself, if you will. I would love the company. Perhaps I can meet you at the Frosty Ale Tavern for some dinner. With that.
Absolutely.
That'd be nice.
Yes.
I will say, just a recommendation. I know the Lord's quotas are very strict, but for the time being, I believe evacuating the mine would be in the best interest of your business and the workers themselves.
That is quite a drastic measure. The mine is a great many miles long. In fact, it
But
would
at least fall back a ways, short of, except for the people on guard to keep a watch. Keep maybe the mining back a few tunnels.
I'd like to
Also-
reiterate the dangerous nature of these beings. They have the ability to become invisible to
Well,
the
I
point
mean,
where
it-
they are not.
It seems
point where
quite
they-
strange that you are telling me about the dangers of these creatures, but yet willing to take the night to mull it over. I mean, this is the dilemma I have. I'm trying to
We're
read
not the
as far
ones
as
mining the shaft.
well, we won't mine there, of course not. And hopefully, by the time the guard arrive, we can get it fortified, at least to block it off a bit further. I can't guarantee that. Yes, I can get to work on that, but we have an operation to make. We have iron ore to harvest, and there are things to do. We cannot simply not meet the quota. It is not on the mind of this business.
Like I said,
My question
only-
to you is, how dire is this situation for you? How bad do you need us to clear out these tunnels?
Well, we need this operation to continue, and of course, we would like to expand our mine, and we're running out of veins that are suitable to be able to be mined. I mean, that's just the nature of this business, and it would be greatly appreciated to be able to push further out through that vein. It seems to be quite dense and profitable, but alas, I am not the one in there. I did not experience this hand, so I'm getting your recollections and your information and your words, so to speak. And as beautiful as all of you are, I am still business first. Your dashing good looks will not fool me. So it's difficult to fill out if you're saying that, hey, shut down the operation, but yet willing to take the night to mull it over. That is a little bit contrary, don't you believe?
So here's, all cards on the table. The reason why we would take the night is to gather our resources for a further expedition in. The reason why we want you to pull away is that if we are wrong, we wouldn't want anything to happen to your workers.
Well, I wouldn't
don't
want
think
anything to happen to my
danger-
workers either. No.
I don't think danger is imminent, but I would err on the side of caution.
Err on the side of caution. Got that. Don't worry. Now, once you all mull it over and meet me in the morning, I will, well, of course, we'll get this arrangement then, but I will go ahead and put business aside for our dinner, and I will see you roughly a couple hours or so. I will take note and make sure that we get the guard up here and get it fortified, and we'll get that section of the mine somewhat cleared out, so in case they return.
Absolutely. One last request, if you don't mind me asking. Do you know of anyone in the settlement here that has been here long enough to have any idea what these creatures are, the nature of them, or knows the history of these lands?
Well, I mean, you can always talk to Corvus. He's a quite oldest dwarf and has been around through Harrock for many time. His family actually has lived in that lapidary for some time, and perhaps Corvus will know some information of what these creatures are. Other than that, I don't really have anything for you. It seems as I don't know if there's anybody too as far as that they would know anything which way of what these are. As the previous owners of the mine have been long gone.
I didn't quite catch that, Michael. Your mic is breaking.
You seem to be lagging a bit.
I'm lagging. Yes, hold on. Looks like my frames on the stream are dropping dramatically as well, so I'm probably internet just cutting out right now. Let's see.
It seems to be recovering slightly.
Yeah, the stream is completely shut off right now as far as lag. So, we can go ahead probably close that out if I'm lagging because we are kind of over time. So, to kind of finish it out, so he's referring to talking about Kolvas Lapidary. So the actual person who owns the gem shop, right? The actual Kolvas there, and that particular individual has been, according to Pelu, has been in the actual village for some time, and the family has been in the village for some time. But the previous owners of this mine are long gone. So if the previous owners of the mine have any information about tunneling in or other things that have happened, that is not something that has occurred, or those people are not readily available to ask questions of because they're not here, right?
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. All right. Well, while I'm lagging out, looks like I'm still lagging, but the stream's coming back up. So we'll go ahead and get the experience calculated. We'll go ahead and close out the session as you all are kind of heading out of here, or at least maybe before we leave, ask some questions if you need to, and heading on back to the actual village of Harrock and eventually getting on for greater things there. So, any questions at all?
I believe so.
No. Man, that was pretty intense for a while. I really thought that big guy was gonna mess us up.
Yeah.
I was torn. It was like I wanted to blow all the cool stuff, but then I was like, "There's a bigger fight that might happen like 5 minutes later, and I don't want to blow everything before that happens."
Yeah.
Like if they summon like an Underdark troll or something to come stomping out of the tunnel, I don't want to be like, "Oh, I blew everything on the dwarves."
Yeah, level 3, you don't quite have that much to blow yet, so.
I do. And
That
it's
was
all, like,
also my
once
thing
for
is
long
like,
rest, though.
other than Toll the Dead, my cantrips are all, utility.
Right.
So it was like, I burned a lot of spell slots right away, and then I was like, I only have
Yeah.
one first level spell left if I need to cast shield.
Yeah. Kind of same. I don't have a lot of currently prepared offensive stuff.
All right, so we have 1,350 experience each, which should put you at 3,510 experience total, which actually is going to put you at the next level. So it should put you at level 4.
Awesome.
Yeah! If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We'll be back. More Group 7 action. Bye.